Chapter 281, Food Revolution. What, when, and how? Sylvester asked in one breath. Of course, Sylvester was close to the old man. However short the time was, he genuinely liked Grandpa Monk without any hope of ever receiving any favors. He just liked to meet him and talk or learn some new things. Saint Wazir answered honestly. He passed away peacefully while returning from his last assignment of stopping the mad war in the Sorrow Kingdom. He was able to hold the Grand Duke of the Patchback, but in doing so expanded the last of his life's energy. While on the way back in his sleep, he took his last breath. I must go now, many things to prepare. Please be present at the ceremony, as the old man has left behind a few things in your name. In my name, Sylvester mumbled in surprise, unable to imagine what it could be. Again, I hope you don't mind what occurred inside there. Once this funeral is over, I will speak with the Holy Father and see what we can do. I genuinely believe you deserve to be promoted, Archpriest. Saint Wazir patted Sylvester's shoulder and walked away in a hurry. Sylvester silently appreciated that some on the Sanctum Council were in favor of him, but he also knew the reality of the situation. Personal supreme power does not mean supreme political power too. As personal strength is earned, so is political support. Do what you may, but I've made up my mind. Even if I become a bishop now, then what next? Those old sycophants will never leave an opportunity to pull me down, so it's better if I bury them 10 feet underground. However, for now, it was a moment of grief. Let's return to the sick bay. I'm sure Mother is waiting for us. Aurora nodded and followed behind while remembering the old man. So he finally closed his eyes for the last time. I didn't have the luck to get close to him, but he was one of the only few guardians who I truly felt positive about. He was so kind and always laughing. I'm sure the Holy Father is heartbroken right now. If he really considered the old man his father, then I guess he lost his only family. I'd be devastated if I was him, Sylvester replied. In a silence filled with chaotic thoughts about the dead, they arrived back in the sick bay. Sylvester didn't tell anyone about the death of Grandpa Monk, though, as nobody there other than him shared a bond with the old man. Not to mention, he didn't want Xavier to feel any sadness. He forced a smile on his face, being a master of making it seem natural, and entered the room with a big bouquet. I'm back, Mum, here you go. Felix immediately jumped in front of him, though. Where is that sweet bishop's mitre? Show it to me. Sylvester shook his head with a sigh. They said I'm too young for the rank of bishop. They bull excretion. Did they not look at the list of things you've done? They should be kissing your feet at this point. Felix barked, enraged, of course. Well, they were also afraid that me becoming a bishop would discourage the other gods' favored candidates from giving their best. It's dumb logic, I know, but I have no option but to accept this. Sylvester added in a sad tone. Gabriel sighed in frustration. You should be the example child of the church right now. I don't know what they are thinking. Politics, Sir Dalaran blurted from behind as the man stood like a statue by the wall. But Sylvester didn't want to get into all that talk. Forget about it. Let's move on. Mum, I'm taking you home. I have planned a better treatment to train your muscles, and I will oversee it myself. Xavier didn't agree with him. No, I can't, dear. I can't be a burden on your already heavy shoulders. Sylvester got close to her and put a hand on her shoulder while staring into her eyes. You are my mother, not a burden. Never consider yourself a burden to me. If anything, I want to spend more time with you and perhaps relax a little after nearly 2 years of constantly running around and working. I will even call Baron Lee de Loveland to have another portrait made. Aurora chimed in. Go for it, Xavier. You won't get another chance to spend quality time with your son. The bigger he grows, the higher he will rise, and the matters he'll need to worry about will take most of his mind. So you should cherish this time. Nonsense. Sylvester barked in a fake fit of anger. Mum is mum and she comes above all. If the world starts burning tomorrow, sorry in advance, I'll save her first. Meow too. Whoa, where is this cat hiding? Felix started looking around quickly as the voice came. Sylvester glared at Murad sitting near the window. The boy tried to ignore Sylvester's gaze, but now and then he'd look. Of course, it was a slip of tongue in the heat of the moment. After all, to Murad, the big mom was a real mom too. Anyway, let's move. Sylvester busied himself and brought a wheelchair from outside. It was very crude, slow, and uncomfortable. So a good wheelchair was already on the list of things he wanted to create in the next few days. Whoosh! Ah, what are you doing, Max? Xavier exclaimed embarrassingly. But Sylvester didn't react and kept her in a Princess Carrie and gently put her on the chair. What? There is nothing to be ashamed of, Mum. And Felix, why are you standing? Start packing the bags, and Isabella, hold the wheelchair. Sylvester didn't care about the warnings of the sick bay healers. They were doing nothing with Xavier's healing, and he had better ways. So, he brought her to the Bright Mothers housing building. There, many Bright Mothers came out of their rooms to see Xavier. The attack on her was big news, after all. But eventually, they arrived at the little two-room house. Sylvester quickly set everything up for Xavier. First, he placed many bells in the house tied to a rope in Xavier's room, which, if she pulled, would ring everywhere in the house. As for the bathroom, it already had a good, nearly modern seat. The buildings in the Holy Land were fairly advanced due to the abundance of magical means. Otherwise, only big lords could afford to have a personal privy. What's your plan for healing Mother Xavier? Felix asked him when everyone settled down. Water therapy, Sylvester started. What Mum needs is physical exercise, but doing it normally won't help as she can't put weight on her legs. So, I will use a water pool and exercise with her there. That way, her body weight won't affect her legs as much. Are you sure that will work? Gabriel asked. Sylvester was absolutely confident in this one thing. I am. Anyway, let's get to cooking now. Felix and Gab, come and help me. Aurora and Isabella, keep Mum entertained. Sir Dalarum, don't let them talk bad about me behind my back. Haha, I will try, Lord Bard. Sir Dalarum chuckled and remained seated. With that soon, a lot of noise started to come from the kitchen. A lot of utensils falling, a lot of shouting at each other, shamming each other, calling names and such. Of course, the three of them were not professionals, but while Sylvester knew very well how to cook, his two helpers were as dumb as they came. Good Lord, Felix, what is wrong with you? Why did you add honey to the marinara sauce? Sylvester quickly took the bowl away from Felix. Marine, what? And don't you like honey? Felix asked cluelessly. And what are we even making? Sylvester rubbed his face in exhaustion. We're making something called pizza. What's that? Gabriel inquired. Sylvester had to explain them again. It's a bread-based dish topped with tomatoes, cheese, and various other ingredients. It's baked at a high temperature and tastes really good. We're adding chicken for today. It's a great cheat food for when you're bored with regular food, but overeating can be bad for your health. Felix scratched his head. So it's like how I make my breakfast. I take a loaf of bread, put in some nice vegetables, boiled meat and sauces, and eat it. That's now a very good breakfast, Felix. And no, this is different. Just do as I tell you to and you will know soon. No need to add honey either. Sylvester again started instructing them. He kept a strict eye on everyone this time and ensured they made the base nicely. As for cheese, that was readily available in the Holy Land. Vegetables and meat were also not a problem. In fact, Holy Land was the only place that never suffered from food inflation, no matter what went on in the world, because the methods used to grow food and maintain livestock in the Holy Land were highly efficient with the help of magic. All right, I will keep the fire going. You two prepare the hot cocoa milk. Today, I'm going to spoil you all and show you the wonders of my cooking. Sylvester instructed them further. But Felix and Gabriel were very dubious about his ideas as they had not yet tasted whatever he was making. But at least the aroma was absolutely mouth-watering, so they silently worked. Then, by evening, everything was ready, and Sylvester stopped using magic for baking the pizza. He didn't have any modern tools to check the temperature, so he had to go slow with his instincts. Soon, a big table was prepared inside Xavia's room, where laughs and giggles were resounding as even Sir Dolorum would chime into conversations. Xavia was truly happy to have such company. "Mum, you should try it first." Sylvester sat beside Xavia as she couldn't use her hands that well and he had to feed her. Xavia didn't fight and took a bite as she was also interested in it, as did the others at the same time from their plates. And then an explosion happened. Food that had never been seen or tasted before, food that was never meant to occur in the world before, now widened the eyes of the many. Holy F! Felix nearly had a slip of the tongue as he took a bite of the cheesy pizza. This is so good, so tasty, and, Max, is there anything you can't do? Sylvester chuckled with pride. I guess my memories are not only useful in winning battles, but also hearts. Please give me the recipe, Isabella asked as her eyes appeared full of shine. Lady Aurora was just silent and gobbling on it. In comparison, Sir Dolorum was silently savoring the taste. It was akin to nothing they had ever tasted before. What do you think, Mum? Sylvester asked her finally. Xavia stared at Sylvester's face constantly with no expression. What have I done? Sylvester didn't panic as he still smelled the scent of happiness and excitement. What happened? Xavia caressed his face with her shaking hand. I'm afraid if you keep showing these wonders to the world, the women across the realm will rise against the church for keeping you away from them. Sylvester dumbly stared at her and looked at others as they laughed, but eventually he also took a bite while thinking about something. You know what? I should let the world taste my cuisine. Felix got excited. Am I thinking what you're thinking? Are you going to? Yes, I'm going to buy myself a slave. Chapter 282, Grandpa Monk's Letter. What? Wait, I was talking about letting others cook your recipe and sell it. Felix corrected himself while the rest stared at Sylvester. Sylvester clarified himself quickly. Yes, I am thinking about buying some land outside the Holy Land and building a big house with the ground floor being the shop. But I won't run it and I don't trust any traders. So I'm going to buy a slave and train them. But a slave, that would tarnish your name, Max, Gabriel warned him. Owning slaves was not a bad thing for most people, but among the ranks of the clergymen, it was generally frowned upon since many of the clergy come from humble beginnings. Hence, many of them were anti-slavery. Sylvester was also anti-slavery, but he understood well that he held no authority to do anything about it, though he knew his time would come when he'd stand on some important stage and announce the abolition. But until then, he was a part of the system. Of course, I know that. I only need the slave to learn how to cook a few items for me and run the shop. I will sign a year-long contract with them in the Lord's name, and once the year passes, I will free them and give them a lump sum of money to start a new life. That surely sweetened the deal for many. In a way, Sylvester was freeing a slave already. After all, getting to cook something like that was anything but a boon because once the slave goes away, they can become a cook too, as a free person. Not to mention, Sylvester hoped to earn these slaves' trust so they may keep working for him even after being freed. For this, he had already planned a special indoctrination scheme to ensure they saw him as nothing less than a god. Felix rubbed his chin and thought about something. What if the slave steals your recipe? Sylvester shrugged. I don't care. The place I'm thinking about opening my shop will ensure that my business never goes down. Anyway, stop talking and start eating, or it will get cold. Sylvester had to stop them as he had to feed a little chunky boy, too, who was desperately pulling his robes from underneath the table. Murrej also wanted to try this new thing after all. However, Sylvester didn't know if giving a cat the pizza was good, but he didn't mind as Murrej had eaten worse, so he sneakily passed a small slice to the best boy in the world. But at the same time, something was going on in his mind regarding Murrej. I should introduce Murrej to Mum as my guardian angel and have her make an oath of secrecy with the clause that if she reveals, the guardian will disappear, leaving me in danger. That way, at least Mum and Murrej will have each other to mess around in the house. Meower. Sylvester made a big fake yawn, making it seem like the sound had come from him. I'm sleepy now. That's one messed up yawn you got there, Felix muttered. Be sure not to do that in a crowded place. There are a few messed up individuals who get turned on by that. In response, everyone glared at Felix with doubt and Sylvester asked, Why do you know that? That I like to read. Sylvester sighed and returned to eating. Sometimes, I wonder why you're even my friend. Likewise, Gabriel added. Felix looked at Xavier. Mother Xavier, you believe me, right? I only like women, pretty noble ladies with big I shall marry one someday. Lady Aurora finally spoke, though it shattered Felix. I don't know, Felix. Your taste in women is so choosy. There has to be something extraordinary you're looking for in them. Even Sir Dalaram didn't let the opportunity go. Sometimes, when the mind gets too excited, the truth comes out uninvited. Oh dear, Xavier caressed Felix's head as the boy came to her side. Don't worry, it's all right to be different sometimes. Oh, come on. Isabella burst into laughter, unable to hold herself. Of course, they were all joking. Just like that, amidst the tasty dinner and laughter, Sylvester and his friends finally had some soothing mental peace after months of life-threatening work. They cherished these moments, for they never knew what may come next, leaving them perplexed. The night went fairly well. Xavier didn't have any wounds left, so all her problems were related to mobility. Thankfully, Isabella decided to sleep beside Xavier in the same room, as the latter might need some help. Sylvester was grateful for it, but he didn't want that to become a permanent occurrence, so he decided to immediately ask for a bigger house to keep a hired help as well. After all, Isabella had to do her studies as well. But Sylvester had to wake up early that morning, even before the sun shone its warmth on the lands. It was time to go to Grandpa Monk's funeral. It was supposed to be held when the first light falls on the pyre. When will you be back, dear? Xavier asked when he came to inform her. I don't have any major duties anymore, so I will be back as soon as I'm done there. Isabella, Gabriel, and Felix will come to help you. Tell them if you need anything. Understood. Sylvester then closed the door behind him and left the building. Many bright mothers were also awake and preparing to go and work. Clearly, they worked just as hard as any other clergyman, but sadly, they don't get as much open recognition. But at least they had the respect and utmost security. Greeting any bright mother that came his way, he silently got on the horse and rode to the administrative building. But once he arrived there, he found a small crowd of a few important people. Mostly it was the cardinals and the guardians, and he was the only archpriest. You're here, Lady Aurora came to him quickly. What's happening? Why is everyone outside? Sylvester inquired. Lady Aurora pointed to the left, where a long line of carriages was visible. We're all going to the Golden Peninsula. The pyre is set there. Sylvester was amazed since the Golden Peninsula was the most restricted, guarded, and holiest place in the Holy Land. After all, it contained the Magna Sanctum Temple. I guess nobody can say no if the Pope wants it, he muttered, and saw the cardinals get into the carriages one by one. Let me guess, I won't get a carriage, Sylvester wondered. No, actually, you ride with Saint Wazir and me in his carriage. He said he had a few things to hand over. Come, his carriage is at the front. Sylvester fell into thoughts, wondering what it could be that the old man had left behind. He never thought that Grandpa Monk felt this highly of him, and thought that he only liked him due to the company he provided. He remained silent and soon arrived in front of a well-ornated stagecoach. It was big, pulled by 4 horses. Heck, even the Rience-man was a bishop-ranked man. Knock, knock. The door opened, and Saint Wazir invited them in. The man seemed very serious at the moment and nervous as he rubbed his long white beard again and again, while sometimes caressing the cut mark on his right brow. Archpriest, you're on time. Here are the 2 things the 5th guardian left in your name. Saint Wazir handed Sylvester 2 folded and sealed parchments without any sweet talking. Sylvester looked at them. They appeared slightly old, as some dust had settled on the wax seal. Did he write the letters a long time ago? Can I? Of course, go ahead. The Holy Father wants you to read it before you arrive there. He wants you to partake in the ceremony alongside him, Saint Wazir advised. What? Why? I don't think I was that close to Grandpa Monk. Still, he didn't waste time unfolding the parchment and started reading it silently. Yes, I wrote this 3 months ago. I know you think about it because you're too bright. But unfortunately, by the time you read this, I'm either dead or on the deathbed. So, son, I have nothing to tell you, teach you, or unique to give you. I'm far too old, too late to have met you. But after my initial life as a slave, I've learned to read people pretty well and control my emotions. When I first met you, I could easily see there was something different about you in a good way. It was not the halo or the hymns. That's just the cherry on top. What I saw were your eyes. They hold wisdom that none of your age should possess. Your wit and achievements are something everyone would covet. But after meeting you many times and learning about your desires and will, I know you don't want the power to rule. I know you don't want to become the Pope, you only want peace. That is why I know you will become the Pope one day. Yes, it's bizarre to see how often the people who loathe power become powerful, but usually they also tend to be the greatest rulers of their time. The same was the case with the first Pope, and the same was the case with many others. Son, when you become the Pope, I only have one piece of advice. Treat the people, the faithful, like family. Because remember, for one who has nothing, the church is their everything. Every other person out there has a sad story, so be their reason for not choosing the destructive path. Be their father figure who guides them, holding their hand through the darkness. Also, I hope you become that figure for one old boy immediately, my son, Axel. We may not be related by blood, but we share a bond stronger than blood. I'm sure he's devastated right now. I'm sure his mind is empty. So please be the shining light that brings him out of his insanity. Let him brood in sadness, as that's the first step of losing one's humanity. Of course, I don't ask you this for free. In the other parchment you may find the recipe for my life's greatest achievement, the Sunshine Nectar. Biwahaha, I heard you were going to use it on King Reveria. Good going, son. Drink it, sell it, and keep it however you want. I wouldn't mind. With this, I say my final goodbye. May the holy light keep you, your family, and your friends strong. May the holy light guide you to the throne where you belong. Grandpa Monk, an old man who forgot his name. Chapter 283, A Dream of Immortality. Sylvester took a long, cold breath and settled back into the cushioned seat of the stagecoach. He digested all the words the old man spoke, and they did a number on him. Who knew the man whose emotions I could not smell was creating a character profile on me instead, and he believes I will become the Pope no matter what. I hope you are right, old man. I really hope so. Sylvester then opened the second parchment and read it as well. It was the recipe for the whole Sunshine Nectar drink, but there was a surprising paragraph written underneath all that. Son, I have also decided to give my little shack to you, as you're a regular visitor of the Seoul Peninsula. Moreover, I have asked Axel to give you permanent permission to go to the Sol Peninsula to meditate any time you want. Visions can be critical, and you must not stop trying to see them." Sylvester sighed, folded both of them back and put them into his pocket. "I don't know much about the early days of Grandpa Monk as a clergyman, but from what I've seen and felt, he was a good man. Any man who can claim to be the father figure of a pope has to be a great man, archpriest." Saint Wazir replied without much thinking. Sylvester, however, was keenly focused on the actions of the man. The rubbing of hands, the eyes darting here and there. It was the sign of a scared man. What could it be? Maybe. "What troubles you, Saint? Is it the Sorrow Kingdom or the Grand Duke of the Patch? Perhaps you fear His Holiness will destroy the entire Grand Duchy of the Patch in rage?" Sylvester asked him, while making a few assumptions since there was no way the man would share it himself. Saint Wazir looked at Sylvester in shock. "You are as sharp as they say. True, I'm fearful of the reaction of the Holy Father. The fifth guardian died due to the Grand Duke. There is no denying it, but we cannot be seen as a retaliatory faction for no reason. The death was natural." Sylvester had hit a nerve directly from the looks of it. Wasn't it the Holy Father who signed to send Grandpa Monk in the first place? The man had basically retired to spend the last few years in peace. But at the same time, I believe he appreciated this death as he died while serving the faith, the Lord. There can be no greater martyrdom than that. Saint Wazir kept his mouth shut after that. Of course, he knew what Sylvester said was right, but who was going to tell that to the Pope? So they soon arrived at the port where large ships were waiting for all of them to move. There were just 2 of them, as only 100 people were allowed inside the funeral ceremony. Everyone was silent and got on board the ships. Quickly after that, they were taken to the Closeby Golden Peninsula with its giant golden temple still shining under the faint moonlight, and the sun making its presence known on the distant horizon. Everyone had their names and identification checked on the peninsula and then allowed to enter. After that, they all walked to the eastern edge of the peninsula, beyond the temple. There, a cliff was situated that looked over at the endless sea. There, many large fire lanterns were placed here and there, with guards standing in their golden armors, specially placed to ensure none desecrated the pyre ready to be set on fire. The Pope stood near the pyre in his complete ceremonial attire with a big mitre and vibrant robes on him. He held a big staff in one hand with various shining orbs, while on the other was a book. He looks devastated, no doubt, Sylvester realized as he tried to stand in the front with Lady Aurora. "Archpriest Sylvester Maximilian, come forward." The Pope's voice boomed suddenly, oozing nothing but authority and power at the moment. "You partake in this ceremony. It was the fifth guardian's last wish." Sylvester looked around as all eyes now rested on him. Some were full of jealousy, some full of interest. He didn't like it but couldn't deny it either. So he put his archpriest's mitre on the head and walked to the Pope as formally as possible. "Your Holiness." "Hold this book, archpriest. Sing a little hymn for the old man if you can. I'd appreciate that," Pope requested, with his face turning softer for a few seconds. "Understood, Your Holiness." Pope then turned around to face the pyre and spoke with Sylvester in a low, emotional voice. "Son, do you understand why he asked for you here?" Sylvester seriously had no idea. "I'm afraid not." "It's a message," the Pope continued. "He wanted to tell all that he stood behind you and supported you in the race, and that you should not be schemed against. Old man, he always planned many steps ahead." Sylvester glanced at the pyre silently. He could see a body on it, draped in a shining golden cotton cloth. "Why? Why did you go out of the way to do all this? I never did anything for you. Is it just because I told you I only want to live in peace? Or is it something else?" There was too much confusion, and sadly the questions were never going to be answered now. At best, he could only appreciate the old man's help. In his letter, he talked a lot about various things. I'm glad I got to meet him in my lifetime. It said he was a slave once. Can I know about it? Sylvester inquired. The Pope's eyes seemed to glow a bit as if he was overcome with deep emotions. Before he became a clergyman, he was kept as a locked-up slave by a noble family. He was locked alone inside a gold mine, where he'd only get food if he fulfilled the mining quota daily. They kept him because of his extreme talents, but it was against the church rule to hide and abuse such talented individuals, especially in those warring times. So, coincidentally, a bishop got lost in the mines on a different mountain. But since he was strong enough, he kept digging and eventually, mistakenly, ended up in the old man's mine prison. From there, the church was notified and promptly saved the old man. But to the church's shock, the old man was already an arch-wizard by then, controlled through a magical slave choker. He was mentally devastated and docile due to harsh lifelong slavery. It makes sense how his worldview was so down to earth despite being a grand wizard. Normally, people of his talent get cocky and get used to getting their way. "So this is why you abhor slavery?" Sylvester asked. The Pope smelled of anger instantly and showed his clenched fist. "My disgust for slavery is unquantifiable in words, son. If I could, I would have ripped out the spines of every slave owner with my own hands." "All right, change of plans. I'm freeing the slaves I will buy instantly." Sylvester made a mental note. "Let's proceed with the ceremony now. The sunlight is about to strike this region." The Pope moved ahead and started placing some burning material near the pyre while talking for the last time with the body of Grandpa Monk. Sylvester, meanwhile, was trying to come up with a short but meaningful hymn that everybody could feel connected to. "Today," the Pope finally started speaking, "we are here to witness the fifth guardian's remains return to the dirt of this land that made us. But sadly, through his long life and the eras he saw, he forgot his name, and due to that, we usually called him Grandpa Monk. He was a great man, an excellent guide, and above all, a true believer in faith. He wished to see the world entering a new era of peace and prosperity and the end of the long war. But sadly, we couldn't achieve that in his time. Hence, now it lies on our shoulders and those of the next generation to ensure that true peace arrives, to across the world to all lives. With the first ray of Solis, I now bid the last farewell to the fifth guardian. May his soul rest in peace and reach the arms of the Lord. May he watch over us from the realm that comes after, and see us usher the world into a better, warmer, calmer chapter." Immediately all the men there voiced, "Amen." With that, the sunlight finally reached the edge of the Golden Peninsula and engulfed Grandpa Monk's pyre. It happened automatically, as some alchemical substance reactive to sunlight was placed on it. The fire that appeared on it was also bright golden, and the light from the sun that fell from the gaps in the clouds made it appear as if the heavens were opening their door to let the old man's soul enter. Sylvester found it to be a perfect opportunity to start singing, so he moved to the side of the pyre from where all could see him and the fire. He then held the holy book open in one hand while the other hand showed the palm towards the fire. And when the halo appeared and his palm shined under the bright light, he seemed like a god's apostle, if not God himself. Then soon, the charming echoes of his melodious and soothing voice erupted. "Risen from the land and served the light. Nameless you were but so full of might. You helped those who suffered in plight. Without you, I know it won't be as bright. To age and time, you remained unbowed. Through the eras, you have made us proud. Because if any, you've fulfilled all you vowed. A holy Lord in your warmth, let his soul enshroud." Sylvester didn't sing for long, as that would take too much time and be awkward. So, he ended it on a short note and bowed his hand lightly. "Amen," the spectators again echoed together. After that, they silently watched as the pyre burnt slowly. Many were sad, but many were wondering who'd take the fifth guardian's position now. One after another, the faith had lost two guardians after all. If they did not do something, it would leave the church vulnerable to the enemies and, worse, to the hyenas among the peace-loving monks. However, no one could come to say anything as the Pope remained standing unmoving. Close to him, Sylvester smelled the scents he was producing. Seeing that, as Sylvester smelled the Pope's emotions, he was also hit by an unavoidable sadness. If I can't find a way, one day I will be in the Pope's place, and on the pyre will be, Mum. Everything born one day dies. Some early, some later. But for a man who finally got to cherish a mother after a whole lifetime, the thought of losing her was akin to a grave crime. There has to be some sort of a fountain of youth or elixir. The world is far too big and magical for immortality to be unachievable. I need to rush my rise a bit more, it seems. Perhaps it's time to start Operation Black Cat. Chapter 284, New Home. It took nearly an hour for the pyre to burn its course and turn into fine ash completely, after which the Pope went ahead and picked up the ashes. As for the cardinals and others who had come to see it, they paid their final respects and started returning to their workplaces. Most were heads of essential departments after all. As for Sylvester, he remained there just in case the Pope needed some help. He was honestly confused about the Pope as the man didn't fit on any side. One moment the Pope seemed against him, and other times he seemed like the best ally to have. It was getting hard to see which shade of gray the old man was on any particular day. Fine, if they keep me inside the Holy Land for 6 months, then I shall use that time to create my own string of connections. But I can't begin to create my own secret association until I find an oath that binds life itself. There has to be something. Perhaps Bishop Lazak would know. Son, go home. I will oversee your training 3 times a week starting next week, the Pope ordered. Understood, Your Holiness. May the holy light enlighten us. Sylvester saluted formally and turned around to leave. Sylvester returned to the port and took the small ferry waiting there. He didn't go inside the temple, however, as that required many permissions and a lot of oversight. Not to mention, the guards there would pounce on him with the intent to kill the moment he tried anything. So he silently returned to the Pope's peninsula. However, it was late in the morning already, so the various workspaces had opened. So instead of returning home, he decided to pay a visit to the administration office to ask for a small office room from where he could work. Of course, his real intention was just to be inside that building so he could meet influential people and do some spying. He had the best surveillance tool with him, after all. Saint Wazir will see you next. He was soon allowed inside the office. Sylvester gave a slight bow and took a seat. He could see the tension still lingering on the man's old face. However, nobody knew what the Pope was going to do next. But the work must continue. The church must keep running. Respected Saint, I've come to request a small room to set up my place of work in the building since I will be on administrative duty. I don't know what to do as a sanctum inspector, but I will try my best, Sylvester humbly requested. Saint Wazir didn't bother with him much. I will order my assistant to provide you with a small room in my staff office. Anything else? Yes, I will need 2 hours every day at home. I am working on a treatment for my mother which will require me to be with her. Sylvester didn't sound like he was asking, however. Instead, the message in his words was clear. You were incompetent to keep her safe. Now don't anger me more. Saint Wazir had no problem either. Your first assignment for the next 2 months is managing the season of Solis, so you will have enough free time, and I will pray for Mother Zavia's quick recovery. Sylvester graciously accepted the instructions. Understood, Saint. I will leave now. He left the building and headed to the Bright Mothers Training Academy. Typically, men were not allowed inside, but he went there anyway as he needed to meet Great Mother Grace. No woman, bright mother or trainee bothered him, as he already lived in their same building. If anything, many young ones were in awe or crying after seeing him. True, they were never supposed to mingle with a man, but they were still allowed to admire one. He knew every corner of the building as he spent most of his childhood there with Xavier while she was studying there. So, he found the Great Mother's office on his own. The legendary old woman, a hero of the Great Thousand-Year War, was mostly retired now and spent her time drinking tea or playing with her friends in her house on some nights. But thankfully, albeit with her cold and proud demeanor, she liked Sylvester a lot. May the holy light enlighten us and grant you 2 more centuries of life, Great Mother. Sylvester entered her office with a big smile. She didn't smile, however, and kept a cold persona. But the scent she released was pleasant, so Sylvester knew he was in the clear. "What do you want?" Sylvester took a seat. "Can't I just come to ask how the Great Mother is doing? I'm not that selfish." She stared into his eyes. "What? They need a bigger house. Princess Isabella will remain with Mum and me. I also need to keep a helper for Mum until she fully recovers," he requested. "I knew it. You'd never come to me for no reason. Fine, I will allot the top floor's house to you. It has 5 rooms and a large open balcony. Should be enough for you." "Awesome. You're the best, Great Mother." He showed visible excitement as he kept this persona in front of all bright mothers. She grunted, "Sure, anything else?" Sylvester awkwardly shook his head. "No, that's all. I'll take my leave now. I need to shift home. Take care, Great Mother, and be sure to eat healthily." Thud. As Sylvester left, the Great Mother sighed and relaxed back. "What a good boy, caring for us mothers. Solis truly blessed us to bring him to our doors." Of course, the cold and calculative Great Mother was like any other bright mother. After all, who wouldn't dote on a son as great as Sylvester? She just didn't like showing it openly. May the Lord bless his warm soul. Well, Sylvester quickly returned to his home and found a great many laughter coming from inside. As he entered, he found Felix and Gabriel joking around and bickering about little things. "All right, enough fun. I've got the permission and the keys from the Great Mother's office. We're shifting to the top floor into the best penthouse. Felix and Gabriel, you 2 shall be the porters for the evening. I will pay you with food." Felix stood up quickly. Things I have to do to feed my belly." "You don't have a lot of stuff here anyway. It won't take much time," Gabriel added and prepared to work. So Sylvester also joined them and slowly took the furniture, the boxes full of clothes and various utensils to the top floor. It was a great place to live as it had a large living room, 5 bedrooms, a cooking area, and a bathroom. Not only that, the open balcony was in the corner. Hence, there was sunlight available from morning till noon. Sylvester already had a plan with the open space. "This is great. I will construct a nice wooden pool here for water therapy. But first, come with me. We're going shopping on the Gild Peninsula. We also need to buy Isabella a bed, a wardrobe, and furniture for other rooms and the living room." "But why are you walking so weirdly? Is your leg hurt?" Felix suddenly asked. Is it that obvious? I need to get the blockage cleared tonight, it seems." Sylvester cursed himself. "It's nothing. I just hit my toe on the wall. Anyway, let's move. I'm planning on taking Mum and Isabella as well. The wheelchair will work just fine." Sylvester planned and walked out of the new house. Sadly, there was nothing such as an elevator in the world currently, so he had to use the stairs. They were no hindrance to Sylvester, but he reckoned it must be annoying for bright mothers. Soon they took a carriage and made their way to the Gild Peninsula. Sylvester seriously felt the need for a modern wheelchair after pulling Xavier's small wheeled chair. It was impractical and required too much push. Moreover, the chair alone was too heavy. But ignoring that, everyone liked the little excursion. They traveled around the market to buy whatever was needed. He also lets Isabella go crazy and take whatever she needs. While Xavier was always worried about budget, it took much convincing to make her realize how rich Sylvester was without even considering his black money. By evening, 5 carriages full of crates, bags, and wood departed for the Pope's Peninsula. Sylvester, however, spent a little more time there and had dinner outside with everyone. Felix and Gab, I'm afraid I won't be allowed to take any outside assignments for the coming 6 months. However, I don't want you to stop focusing on your development. So, this time, I want you to go on missions on your own. You will have Elian, Sir Dolorum, and Bishop Lazark with you on these assignments. He informed the two. Of course, they were prepared to do this. They had always known that one day Sylvester wouldn't be there to help them at all times. Understood, my brother. I will try my best. But if you can do it, I too wish to be an arch-wizard fast, or else, how can I remain the Sword of Solis alongside you? Felix proclaimed proudly. Gabriel agreed and chimed in. I will focus on my religious studies with Archbishop Noah too. Perhaps when you take the seat, I can help you with religious laws and such. You're a dumbass, Gabriel. Sylvester suddenly cursed, making everyone's jaw fall. What? Yes, you're a numbskull. You have the talent of being a master wizard and a diamond knight. That's one high knightly talent, my friend. You also have light magic to boast too. And here you are, spending all your time studying. Remember, in front of absolute power, all your wisdom and knowledge are useless because death is always a breath away. You need to focus on getting stronger as well. You just entered the Master Wizard rank, but your Diamond Knight talent can make you as strong as Sir Hans, Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man. Sylvester nearly scolded him. Gabriel nodded his head in reply. I know you say that in concern for me, Max, but I can't seem to train very well. You're not trying enough. Think of your sister, Gab. Do you want to protect Raven or not? Do you want to burn that heathen witch who abused her or not? Do you want to rise in the clergy or not? If you don't get stronger, you will always be a priest, while I will rise to become a cardinal. Sylvester added more warnings. The fear of being left behind was something that could force people to work hard after all. Why, you're right, Gabriel muttered. I will try to focus on my knight's talent as well. Sylvester patted his shoulder. My brother, I don't want to lose more friends like Marcus. Everyone turned sad at Marcus' mention. Indeed. They had not forgotten their good flexible friend. Then Sylvester cleared his mind and stood up as he had work to do on himself. Anyway, let's go home now. I have to wake up early tomorrow to build the pool. I've also planned to go to the Sol Peninsula and meditate there. The pain is increasing. I need to look in the archives for any healing method quickly. Chapter 285. Cardinal is too loyal. Nietzsche Nahato. Sylvester's eyes opened the following day to the strange noise of Murad's laughs. He quickly looked to his side and noticed the furry white boy was still sleeping, but there was a grin on his face. What's he looking at in his dream? That smile does not seem very family-friendly. He wondered, but he didn't bother him and got up to freshen up and make breakfast. Being a man from the modern world where scam food such as cornflakes was considered healthy, he really appreciated the diet in this world. Everything was natural. Just eggs, good home-baked bread, real fruit juice, and of course, Sylvester's cocaine, honey. Honestly, if I wasn't in the race to become the Pope, I might have opened a restaurant. Haha, I wonder what life would have been then. He talked to himself while cooking. He made 3 servings, and by then, Isabella and Xavier had also woken up. Isabella even brought Xavier to the dining table in her wheelchair. Xavier apologized the moment she saw Sylvester. I'm sorry, dear. You have to do all this. I know you wanted to relax at home after harsh missions. Sylvester shrugged and put plates on the table. Believe it or not, Mum, I really feel relaxed with what I am doing right now. Cooking and building a pool for ourselves is very relaxing. I hope you're not lying just to keep me happy, Xavier muttered. Sylvester put food on her plate a little extra. Hush up now, little one. You're the baby, so just eat. Do you want the birdie to fly to your mouth as well? Sylvester played around by picking a spoonful of chopped fruits towards Xavier's mouth. She scoffed and looked away jokingly. Stop treating me like a child, Max. Sylvester chuckled and let her eat on her own. By the way, I was thinking of bringing Zeke here and letting him live with us. He's a simple man and has no family or friends. Also, he's pretty strong and needs my guidance. He will also be studying at the School of Dawn with Isabella, so he can be her loyal protector. We have empty rooms anyway. Why would I say no to such an amazing plan, dear? Zeke saved my life that day and killed the 2 attackers. He even injured his arm in the process. If anything, he's like a son to me now. She responded happily. Though Isabella seemed reserved. She knew Sylvester and Xavier very well, but to have another man in the house. Sylvester smelled her emotions and reassured her. Don't worry. Once you meet him, you'll treat him like a little brother. He's charming and naive, but his loyalty is unwavering. Then Sylvester quickly gobbled whatever was on his plate and stood up. All right, I'll be leaving now. Isabella, a trainee bright mother by the name of Anya Mahler, will come later as caretaker of Mum. Isabella chirped in all smiles. Got it, Sylvester, and don't worry about Mother Xavier. I will take care of her. I know, I'll go and pack my bag. Sylvester went into his room and changed his clothes. Though first, he looked at the wound on his thigh that he had opened to fix the magical blockage temporarily. Why is my body so weird? How do my wounds heal so fast? Chonky, wake up, it's time to go. Sylvester patted the sleepy cat. 2 more meow meow only. Sylvester folded his arms and stood by the bed. Oh, what's this? A giant, juicy, succulent banana. Whoosh. Where? There. Sylvester took out a regular banana from the bag and handed it over. Get up now. We have many places to be today, and pray for someone special. Murad's interest was piqued. Who, Grandpa Monk, Shane, Marcus, or? Stop talking and eat fast. Aye. What? It was still early morning when Sylvester left the house. This time he didn't take any friends or companions along, just him, his horse, and a hungry cat. He had decided to spend some alone time today. But still, he had one thing to do, something he had promised to someone some time ago. So, he traveled on horse to the Holy Land's Weapons Research Division. It was also situated on the Pope's Peninsula since the department was crucial. Good morning, Lord Bard. May the light bless us. Sylvester saw many people on the way. Some faces he had seen, and some were new. But they all seemed to know him as they greeted him with worship and respect. So strange how it started with being called Lord's Bard, and now they simply call me Lord Bard. Well, I'm not complaining. He talked to himself as he enjoyed the soothing morning breeze on horseback. Soon he arrived in the heavily restricted area. Thankfully, with his identity as a sanctum inspector, he could easily enter after nomming the man he wanted to see. Still, he was restricted from the primary research and production base. So he sat by the seashore on a bench and waited for the man he wanted to see. He also had a small flask full of tea with him, as this was his relaxing time. I should focus on those cardinals who voted against me in the council. Once I have dirt on them, I can bury them or make them my slaves. But how do I ensure that loyalty remains unwavering? Why you called for me, Lord Bard? Quickly, Sylvester stood up and looked at the man. It was a simple, black-haired, stubble-bearded man with a thin build and height shorter than Sylvester. He wore work clothes, including a tunic, pants, boots, and a leather apron. However, the man's rank was not so simple. Greetings, Cardinal Robert Maxim. I am surprised to see a cardinal who looks as young as you. A.N. The man was first mentioned in chapter 207. The man appeared to lack confidence as he stuttered while speaking. Sylvester quickly caught on to it and created a complete character profile in his mind. I am honored to be in your presence, my lord. I'm but a mere human with no talents, magic or knightly. All I have is a decent alchemical talent that earned me the rank. Did I commit something wrong? Good God, what mad genius is he to be able to get this rank? Sylvester waved his hand and took a seat. He was in a pleasant mood today, for it was an important day. No need to be nervous, Your Eminence. I'm not here to investigate you as a sanctum inspector nor here to preach as a bard. I'm just Sylvester Maximilian, a random bloke from the neighborhood. So please, take a seat and share a cup of tea with me. I made it myself. It has honey in it. The cardinal nervously sat down and took the cup of tea Sylvester extended. What is this about, Lord Bard? I've never met you before. Sylvester shrugged and took a sip. And now you have, on a nice warm day with nice tea, I also have a letter for you. When I went to deal with Duke Demon, a woman gave it to me. My sister. Sylvester nodded and handed it over. Why have you not replied to her? She was so distressed when she came to me looking for help. She didn't even ask for anything other than the request that I give this to you. The cardinal looked at the letter. My lord, forgive me. I have sinned. I took the vow to forget the ties that make us families by blood. Yet I used my influence to send the money directly to the school to allow my nephew and niece to study. Sylvester was taken aback by the confession. What sin? That's not a sin. Your Eminence, the money is not reaching them. When I saw them, your sister had patched up dirty clothes and your niece and nephew looked malnourished, dirty, sad, and hopeless. Thud. The cup of tea fell from the cardinal's hand as his face filled with horror. How is that possible? She's married to the master of that land. Sylvester waved his hand a few times to use wind elemental to clear the spilt tea from the bench and filled the glass again. That's why you should have read the letter. Her husband died, and before he died, he took a second wife, the daughter of another master of land nearby. That woman threw your sister out and took her husband's property. Cardinal Maxim's shoulder fell as the realization of his failure hit him like a bull. His hands shivered as he opened the letter and read it. In no time, as he read her desperate pleas for help, tears fell from his eyes. I just didn't want to break the rules and appear corrupt. I thought, I need to stay away from my family as per the oath. Sylvester added a few words to the man's character profile in his head. Super genius, hence lacks some comprehension and commonsensical abilities, too loyal to the faith. Sylvester patted the cardinal's shoulder. Your Eminence, you're mistaken. The oath tells you to draw a line between your family and duty, but it never tells you to ignore their plight, for that's a sin in itself. In fact, the oath is not meant to be absolute. Its main target is the high-ranked clergy with great decision-making powers, who may have kids and later try to push them to a high rank in the church. Nepotism, basically. Heck, there are old priests outside in backwater monasteries who have married and even have grandkids. That doesn't mean they are not clergymen. That only destroys their chances of ever rising high. Cardinal, not everyone is lucky to have a family of their own. You have some left, so cherish them. Or else, once you lose them, you'd only be filled with regrets and pain. And mark my words, it will never go away. The cardinal nodded and wiped his eyes. How do I help her, my lord? I don't know anyone, and my senior said only to focus on work. Then perhaps you should stop listening to your seniors. And don't worry, now you know me. Ask me for help anytime. I may not be very high-ranking, but I know people all the way to the top, and thankfully my words are valued. But you need not worry for now. I gave your sister money and sent her to the undergarment factory run by Bright Mother's Economic Aid Association. She now has a job and her kids are in school. So, be sure to write to her, and remember, if you ever need help, find me. Sylvester replied and started to pack his stuff. However, as Sylvester stood up, the cardinal stopped him. Lord Bard, can you help me bring her here?" "Sure, send her a letter to arrive at Guild Peninsula. I will ask someone to handle it from there. Now, I must say my farewell. I have a few places to be. May the holy light enlighten you and stop you from ignoring more letters." Sylvester saluted and walked away. Cardinal Maxim kept watching his back, but eventually he gathered some courage and asked, "Lord Bard, you don't know me and I never met you before. Then why go out of your way to help someone?" Sylvester stopped and glanced back. A big smile shone on his face as the bright sunlight fell on his golden blonde hair. "A long time ago, someone told me that sometimes the best way to help yourself is to help someone else first. Take care, Cardinal." "Of course. The more I help you all, the farther my name will spread. The Legend of the Bard of the Lord." Chapter 286, The Newton Moment. School of Dawn. "All right, son, I need you to create this exploding mixture using the crystals as I taught you. Here is a minute glass, and if you can do it within this time, I will consider your training over." "Yes, instructor." Whoosh. Bam. "Done, sir." "Good bloody Lord, that's a record, son. If you weren't so dull, then perhaps you'd be in the race to become a guardian one day. As per the deal, I declare you graduated from night school. Go ahead and report to your senior." "Understood, Sir Zeke." Sylvester just arrived and saw the whole exchange between the always overzealous Sir Baldfreak and Zeke. It appeared Zeke had learnt how to make explosives using some crystals and alchemical substances. "You haven't changed a bit, Sir Baldfreak," Sylvester commented. "May the holy light enlighten us." Sir Baldfreak saluted Sylvester. "Why are you saluting me? I'm not higher than you in the rank." Sylvester waved his hand, trying to calm down the man. But Sir Baldfreak stayed the same. "No, my lord. After hearing about your achievements, how you defeated a soul eater, a duke, stood against a grand wizard and stopped the war, I know you deserve to become a bishop. For me, you are a bishop." Sylvester internally chuckled. "So Lady Aurora has already spread the word as I asked. Great." "Please, Sir Baldfreak, you were and will always be my mentor. Anyhow, how is Zeke doing?" Sylvester asked as he focused on his loyal soldiers, previously known as Dungface. Sir Baldfreak was full of praise for Zeke. "He is one talented boy. His greatest disadvantage as well as advantage is the same thing. He's too linear and can't think outside the box. That means if I ordered him to practice sword swings, he'd keep doing it day and night until I tell him to stop. That usually ends up with him over-practicing even the simplest of the moves, and that's his strength. He can't do complex maneuvers, but even with the basics, he's utterly strong." Sylvester looked at Zeke. The man had lost all his extra fat and now had a finely toned body. Since he had a naturally big frame, he looked like one fine warrior. "I'm proud of you, Zeke." Boom! Zeke knelt on one knee and kept the sword in front, with his hands on the hilt and the blade's tip on the ground. "Big Lord, I vow to be your knight." He must have seen someone do this. "Rise, Sir Zeke, I accept your loyalty. From now onwards you are to live in my house and be the guardian of Princess Isabella. She's like a sister to me, making her your sister too. So while you will study theoretical knowledge here, you will also guard her." "Understood." Sylvester formally passed his orders. Zeke nodded his head excitedly, loving acting like a knight. "Understood, Big Lord. Zeke will protect sister." Sylvester then walked closer to him and patted Zeke's shoulder. "Thank you for protecting my mum, Zeke. I will never forget that help." "Protecting the big lady boss is my duty," Zeke replied with a stern face. However, the simple man had a naturally smiling face, so it wasn't doing the job of making him look serious. "All right then. You may have graduated from Sir Baldfreak's classes, but you still need to clear the theory classes. I know it will be tough, but don't worry. I will teach you everything once you move to my home." Sylvester then bid his farewell. "I have someplace to be. I will return later, Zeke. Take care, Sir Baldfreak. Maybe go a bit easier on the little new kids. Sir Baldfreak scoffed while crossing his arms. Ha, never. They need some tough love from me to get good. Well, it worked all this time, so who was Sylvester to meddle now? Then I wish you luck. See you later, Zeke. Sylvester mounted his horse and left. He went to the Gild Peninsula, into the market, as he wanted to buy a few things. The place was filled to the brim as the season of Solis was the peak sale time for the peninsula. As a result, the revenue generated in the Gild Peninsula in the 2 months was higher than what they generated in the rest of the year. But that also meant some scummy folks would come into the crowd and try to ruin all the blessed fun. There were now thieves in the crowd, trying to pickpocket and harass the poor who came to pray. Makesy, look, that man stole her money. Murraj suddenly alerted as he saw everything while sitting on Sylvester's head. Where that one? The woman seems old. Sylvester split the crowd easily and moved just behind the thief, a scrawny man with a small build. Bam! Sylvester didn't do much other than, gently, shoving him to the ground and shouting at the guards on the side, who were not doing much. Thief! He shouted and continued on his path as if nothing had happened. Naturally, since he was in his church robes, the guards took his words seriously. But before even the guards could arrive, the people had already planted a few kicks on the thief's face. As for the old woman who lost her money pouch, Sylvester discreetly put it back in her bag. After that, he continued on his way and arrived at a fruit shop. Yes, give me some apples and guavas. Add 3 bananas too. Also, give me a few incense sticks and a holder for them, he asked the shopkeeper and passed on the money. Makesy, is the banana for me? Murraj asked from his head. Sylvester chuckled and put the fruits in his bag. Then he moved to the other shop while replying, Do I know any other banana addicts? I don't think so. Hee, you promised me extra bananas, so I'm not an addict, but greedy, yes. Well, at least you're self-conscious. Anyway, I will let you eat them at the Sol Peninsula. Just need to buy a canvas and some charcoal sticks for drawing first. So, after maneuvering through the crowd, Sylvester was finally able to buy everything. Then he took a small boat and headed to the Sol Tree. Since he had received permission from the old grandpa monk, he didn't need to ask anyone. There, as always, his palm prints were taken. His name was registered, and then he was free to move as he pleased as long as he didn't harm the tree itself. Let's first get our things done and then check the old man's shack. He did leave it in my name, and I don't want to let it rot. Also, I wonder how that bear is doing. Sylvester wondered and jumped from one branch to another to arrive near the top where the sunlight also reached. The giant tree was, as always, soothing to the mind and heart as its fresh solarium-imbued air seeped into Sylvester's body. It was as green as always, but near the top, the view got much better as the sky was visible from larger gaps. This seems like a nice spot. Sylvester stopped on a thick branch and sat down near its limb. Chonky, sit beside me and eat this banana while I draw this. Of course, Murraj didn't complain and ate his treat silently, but he kept watching what Sylvester was doing with curious eyes, though he never interrupted. Slowly, Sylvester drew on the canvas he had just bought. It was a charcoal drawing, lightly detailed but realistic. It was a face. In fact, the face of a person who was very important to Sylvester, the person who made him what he was. Chonky, you see this lady. If it weren't for her, I would have been a much more cold-blooded, scheming murderer. Perhaps I'd have already betrayed everyone I've come to cherish now if I had not changed. Sylvester spoke while finishing up the art. Murraj looked at the portrait with his cute, big blue eyes and asked curiously, Who is she, Makesy? Sylvester smiled and put the canvas at the front so it remained standing. Well, it's all right if I tell you. Her name was Diana, and she was very important to me, like how you and Mum are. /N, see Diana here. Really, she's so pretty. Where is she now? Can I see her? Will she hug me if she sees me? Does she like kitties? Murrej launched a barrage of questions. Sylvester continued to make preparations and placed a small cotton cloth in front of the portrait. Then, he put the fruits and burned the incense using fire manipulation. She, I'm afraid, is no longer with us, disappeared like the many lives lost in time. Murrej's tail fell and he sat very close to Sylvester. Makesy is sad. Sylvester clapped his palms together, taking a praying position. For a lot of years, yes, but now I've learned to live with the loss and have moved on. Still, on occasions like today, the day she died, the least I can do is remember her name. Come, Chonky, pray with me, sit on your hind legs and clap your paws together. Sylvester helped the cat sit like himself. Then he spoke to the portrait he just drew. Grandpa Monk used to say that every soul receives warmth and happiness in the afterlife. I hope it's true, Diana. Actually, I'm proud to say that I'm not as obsessed with your memory anymore. But still, I think you won't mind me brooding over you just for one day. And being an orphan, since you never knew when you were born, as per your wish, I'm treating your death as your birth. So, happy birthday, Diana. Makesy, won't you sing today? Murrej asked suddenly. Sylvester looked at the sky and realized he still had time. Do you want me to? Fine, I will if you sing with me. Aye, anything for this missy. Haha, good then, repeat after me as best as possible. Also remember, keep your eyes closed. Sylvester prepared to sing, this time without a halo. Lady with pretty eyes. Heavenly was her voice. A treasure of my heart. Now heaven's apart. It's painful, sometimes rough. Worry not, I'm eating enough. Though I can't really bluff. Sometimes it's hard staying tough. But I know what I must. So rest easy, you can trust. No, not tears, it's just some dust. Yes, in this world I've adjust. I hope you found some rest. I hope you passed the afterlife test. Me, please don't be stressed. I've made friends and they're the best. And Chonky always protects Makesy, Murrej added with his eyes closed. Bam! Meowa! Murrej suddenly cried as a short branch fell on his head, creating a small bump. Angered, he stood up and started kicking the tree. Bad tree, evil tree, I will end you, wait. Murrej looked at Sylvester suddenly in confusion. Makesy, why do things fall down? Why can't they go up? Sylvester dumbly stared at Murrej and felt shocked as he realized that he was possibly witnessing history. Did Chonky just have a Newton moment? Chapter 287, Drunken Pope. Why do things fall down? Well, it's called gravity, Chonky. Everything in the universe has gravity, even you and me. But our gravity is negligible. Meanwhile, the land we stand on is vast and its gravity is equally greater. So it keeps us and everything around us tied to it. It's called Newton's law of gravitation. Its formula can be written as the force of gravity acting between the Earth and any other object is directly proportional to the mass of the Earth and the object, and inversely proportional to the square of the distance that separates the centers of the Earth and the object. Murrej's ears fell and he looked at the sky and then at Sylvester. Inver, propo, what? Your words, what do they mean, Makesy? Sylvester shrugged and started packing things up. Forget it. That Newton is useless for most people in a world of magic. Who is Newton? Sylvester chuckled as he answered. Some bloke with too much time who is also hated by millions of kids. So, forget about him. Let's go to Grandpa Monk's shack. Understood. Murrej saluted and devoured all the stuff Sylvester packed into his dimensional belly. After all, Sylvester couldn't risk keeping the portrait of Diana outside, as he feared the misunderstandings it may cause. After spending half an hour, he was ready to jump down from the branches. I should return here later to meditate. I wonder where that girl is now. In no time, he jumped from one branch to another and slowly descended. He had already mapped most of the parts of the peninsula by now, at least all of the land part, so he could easily navigate on it. I wonder how that bear, Yogi, is doing after the old man's death. Whoosh! Thud! As soon as Sylvester arrived near the shack, he stopped and brought his guards up. Why is there smoke coming out of the chimney? I saw no other name on the visitors list. He didn't have his spear, but he did have a dagger with himself. He prepared it in one hand and maintained a rune scheme of light over his right palm. Without making any sound, he slowly made his way close to the shack and tried to look inside through the gaps. Clank! Then he heard the sound of glasses hitting one another. Could it be? Sylvester put his dagger away and opened the door without any delay, and as he had guessed, the big old man was sitting alone. He appeared drunk. His eyes were red with dark bags underneath. Holy Father, Sylvester walked inside. There, the Pope was sitting by the table near the only window. There was a portrait of Grandpa Monk on the table, accompanied by a glass and a bottle of sunshine nectar that the Pope was drinking. Sylvester, come, sit with this old man. The feelings seem genuine. I can smell the sadness, anxiety, and fear. He's drunk. Perhaps this is the best opportunity I will ever get to ask him a few questions. He took a seat opposite the Pope. Your Holiness, what are you doing here alone? I didn't see your entry in the visitors' register. The Pope scoffed and downed another glass of the drink. Forget that. Let me mourn the loss of my old man in peace. Sylvester knew that he couldn't go right at the questions, so he poured himself a glass too, but never drank it and only acted of taking sips. I miss him too. I came here to check his shack and keep it maintained. Good, good. He gave it to you, didn't he? Do take care of this place, as it's the last proof of his existence. Oh, why did I send him on that assignment, Tilda? The Pope started slapping his forehead as the regret became apparent from his voice and the sense. He passed away because that's what fate had planned. He was old, and I'm sure he was happy as he died while serving the one true Lord to whom he had dedicated his whole life. Sylvester tried to say some words to calm the Pope, but the man only kept brooding in his drunken state. When I had nothing, he came out of nowhere and became my everything. Now, he left me an orphan again. I envy you, son. You better take care of that woman called Xavia. Not all are lucky enough to have a loving family. Sylvester couldn't say anything as his eyes widened. A great realization touched his thoughts, and it was scarier than he could believe. Wait, there is genuine concern in his words. Wasn't he behind the attack on Mum? Did St. Cyr go lone wolf? Then, does he serve another faction? Good Lord. That means the most important man in the council, the spymaster, is compromised. This was not good news at all. This meant everything was at risk. But again, he couldn't come to believe that the Pope did not know this. Or perhaps St. Cyr did it without telling the Holy Father for the greater good. But why? He has already tied me to the Holy Land with the help of the Shadow Knight. Sylvester silently stared at the Pope and thought about all the different scenarios, all the various pathways his future could move, and all the possible outcomes. But in the end, he could only come up with one that was likely the reason. There is no possibility that St. Cyr could rebel against the Pope, as that be instant death for treason. So he's likely doing things independently for the greater good. And he aims to strengthen me by removing my greatest weakness, Mum. But this would mean that the attack on her was meant to kill her, not just send a warning or harm her. This is not good. Your Holiness, what if someone is trying to kill my mother, and it's someone I cannot touch? He asked directly. The Pope looked up at Sylvester's face for a few seconds. Strain, why do I smell more sadness and regret all of a sudden? Son, I know people see me as a half-god. While some see me as a monster, I'm not a monster. But where I stand, if I don't become one, then those outsides will chew us down. Sometimes, to get things done or to secure the future of the faith and the world, I have to do things that none would be proud of. That's the duty of the Pope. Today it's mine. Tomorrow it may very well be yours. Sylvester kept his mind open to ensure he understood the meaning of whatever the Pope wanted to say. Sylvester, I heard what happened to your leg. Are you in pain? How are you? I know you never told your mum about this. I'd have done the same if I was you. The happiness of our loved ones comes at the top after all, the Pope asked while pouring more drink for himself. So he regrets sending out the Shadow Knight behind me. Could it be that he barred the Saint Seer from doing anything against me anymore? But the Saint Seer never stopped. I'm managing, Your Holiness, but you didn't answer my question yet. What should I do if someone is trying to harm my mum, someone I cannot reach? Kill them. That's what I'd have done if someone had tried to come after my old man, but I killed him with my decisions instead. And there he goes again with his self-loathing. Who would have thought the Pope would seem so vulnerable someday? Sylvester, however, poured the old man another glass of the sunshine nectar, and then another, then one more. His goal was to get him extremely drunk. Let this day be the only day you will cry for the loss, Your Eminence. Let your emotions out, or they will remain inside and rot you from inside slowly. The Pope downed the glasses one after another while praising Sylvester. You're such a good lad. You must hate this world and the church, right? You could have been a high noble or even the crown prince of Highland, but we keep you here, where you don't even get the recognition you deserve because I am too afraid to bring chaos inside the church. Afraid that Bisteria and Masan could exploit our differences to end us. Those cardinals, if I didn't have great wars to fight, I'd have broken their necks by now. Sylvester wasn't shocked by that at all. It was already a fact that the world knew. I am only allied to the Solis, Your Eminence. I serve the light, and no matter what path my life would have taken, I'd still have served the light, even if I was drowned in the darkness. Thud. The Pope picked up the bottle this time and started drinking non-stop. Nonsense. Son, forget whatever you know about the world. It's all a mess. And so it begins. Sylvester straightened his back. Forget what, Your Eminence? Moi, my old man, my father. Sylvester frowned as the Pope started to mumble randomly, so he kicked the Pope's feet from underneath the table. Forget what, Your Holiness? Why should I forget things about the world? Forget all the laws, forget all the history. Sylvester quickly shifted to sit beside the Pope to hold him from falling asleep. Why, tell me, why, Your Holiness? Who are you afraid of? The Pope's eyes seemed to go smaller slowly as he started to drift into sleep, but Sylvester didn't care and he wanted answers now. Speak, Your Eminence, for the sake of Grandpa Monk. Old man, yes, the mystery goes deeper than you can ever imagine, son. The first Pope discovered the truth but was deliberately forgotten by those who steered the world throughout history. All this power, in the end, it's all just you. Bam! Your Holiness, what is this power? Who controls the world? What do you mean by mystery? But the Pope's head had fallen to the front, on the table, as he passed out. The questions remained unanswered, and Sylvester tried to wake him up to the best. But no matter what, the Pope was too tired as he had not taken any rest since the news of Grandpa Monk's death came. Sylvester was on the edge of his seat and his heart felt like bursting, raging for the answers. What was he talking about? The first Pope? Yes. The man was indeed mysterious, according to the strange messages he had left behind, and the history of the world is manipulated. This would make sense why I have not found any written history of anything that existed before the Church's foundation, 5,000 years ago. Sylvester glanced at the Pope, who slept calmly. The man was genuinely heartbroken after the death of his only family in the world. He could sympathize with him to some degree, but the news that Saint Cyr wanted to kill Zava had sent alarms ringing in his head. Once again, I'm feeling the lack of authority. I must start going after all the council's cardinals. I must rise higher in the clergy at all costs. As for history, I'm sure whoever the mastermind is will introduce himself to me eventually. But the one big question still left him in more fear than just interest. The world, there is so much mystery. How strong must that person be that even the Pope is afraid? Will I ever be able to compete with him and achieve my peace? Chapter 288, Felix the Best Bro. Holy Land Administration Building. Are you sure, Archpriest Felix? Once you do this, you will not be able to undo this decision. Therefore, I suggest you take a few more days to think about this. No, respected Saint Wazir, I have thought about this a lot and have made up my mind. This decision comes from my logical thinking and understanding of my limits. Felix respectfully talked while standing in front of Saint Cyr's table. The old man sighed and eventually stamped his seal on the application. I wish you a great future, son. You may just be an archpriest right now, but I can see you easily becoming a cardinal one day. But I've heard you wish to leave the clergy one day. Felix embarrassingly looked down. Saint, I do wish to have a family of my own someday. Haha, then there is no need to be ashamed of, archpriest. After all, if all you strong ones become celibate, how will the strong bloodline spread? But even then, you can surely become a holy grand marshal of the Holy Army with your talents and lead the armies under the name of the Holy Father. Felix saluted with his arms crossed. Of course, respected Saint, my body and blade are always ready to move to ensure that the Lord's light never diminishes. I have not and will never forget my oath. Saint Wazir smiled heartily and gave back the parchment. Good, I'm happy to see young blood so motivated. You can go now. I'm sure you wish to see your brother in faith. He's inside room 609 on the 6th floor of this block. Nice, thank you for giving me your time. Felix bowed his head and respectfully left the room. After that, with a big smile, Felix climbed the stairs and soon arrived at Sylvester's office. It was a small room, and the name on the door clearly said Sanctum Inspector Sylvester Maximilian. Felix had no shame and he slammed the door open. My brother from another beautiful mother, I have arrived. Now entertain me. Felix's shoulder fell as he noticed that Lady Aurora was also there. She was looking at him with her jaw half open and a piece of biscuit half in her mouth. Sylvester grunted and called him in. You know, I can legally call the guards and throw you out of this building. Felix smiled and shut the door behind him before carelessly taking a seat. Then he threw a parchment towards Sylvester. Here you go, Max. No need to worry about me anymore. Sylvester unfolded and read it in silence. His brows furrowed soon after, and he stared at the black-haired bloke, smiling widely as if feeling immense pride. Are you sure, Felix? Your father will not like this. Felix scoffed and folded his arms. He can eat my horse's ass. He is never satisfied, no matter what I do. I remember once I won the local melee tourney at the age of 7, defeating 5 new squires of some knight. My father shrugged and left, saying the men were nobodies and I shouldn't celebrate. Sylvester still didn't feel it was right. You should have at least waited a bit more. Taking back your name from the race of God's favored, you worked hard for it for 9 whole years. Felix shrugged. Oh. I know I'm not favored at all. Your head bloody shines when you sing. If you're not the true favored one, then I guess we should all just slit our throats and die. Don't think much about it, man. Just go and defeat the other 3 blokes too and take that bishop rank. Sylvester kept staring at Felix, knowing very well that the latter was doing it so he could move forward. This boy, he's too goofy most of the time, but when he does something good, it's too good. Why the hurry, though? Aurora asked. It's not like you need to become the Pope tomorrow. Your number will likely come after the retirement of the next Pope, so I'd say you still have nearly 200 years to grow. What if I become a supreme wizard at an early age? Sylvester asked in reply. What if I'm still stuck at the rank of bishop when that happens? Lady Aurora rubbed her chin. That's quite possible for you, seeing your speed. Then perhaps we might see a 100-year-old supreme wizard, the youngest ever. Indeed, if that happens, then you not being the Pope would mean an insult to your power and prowess. After all, currently, the entire Church only has the Holy Father as a supreme wizard, so if you were to become one, that'd be a direct stride to the top throne. Actually, I was thinking about the age of 25, but whatever. Sylvester kept it to himself, knowing that he'd only be laughed at as he didn't know how he could become a supreme wizard so fast. That's why I wish to rise. Not to mention, according to my current achievements, I should already be an archbishop at least, and yet I am undervalued. It's like having a sword that can cut heads of the strongest foes and using it to spread butter on bread. Sylvester said and focused back on Felix. I called Lady Aurora today for you and Gabriel. She will be training you too when I'm busy with my work. I want Gab to reach the Diamond Knight rank as fast as possible, and for you to reach Archwizard and Platinum Knight ranks. She's going to beat you, break you, and then rebuild. Use as many Solarium crystals as you need. Also, Lady Aurora, can you train Mum and Isabella later? Both women are healers and losers when it comes to fighting, he requested her. Lady Aurora grinned while looking at Felix and cracked her knuckles. Oh, I get to punch a few bags. I'm sure I will quite like training these two boys. As for the two ladies you mention, I will be as soft as a feather to them. I want feathers too, Felix muttered. Aurora shook her head. Are you a lady as well? Felix grunted and cursed at Sylvester. Go to hell, Max, I shouldn't have come here. Sylvester waved his hand and bid farewell. Bye now. Please train well and rise in the ranks alongside me. I need friends I can count on if I want to maintain peace. Felix's expression turned serious for a few seconds. Fine. Do whatever you want with me, my lady. I shan't mind, my body is all yours. All right, let's have the tolerance training first, Aurora said as she started to leave. What's that? Felix asked. Simple, I will punch, and you have to try not to cry. That's just abuse. Part of the training, youngling. Come now, or I might forget to hold my strength back. Sylvester knew Felix was cursing him as he left, but he didn't worry about him much. He knew that Aurora was likely joking, so he focused on his work. The interaction between him and the Pope left him feeling that just knowing the map won't do anymore. So, he went to the special library. From there, he picked as many books as possible recommended by Aurora, and a few others to learn about the world's history. But I'm afraid this has to wait. The appointment with that slave seller is in an hour. He told himself and started packing all his items to throw them into the extra-dimensional bag. Chonky, stop sleeping all the time or you'll truly get fat. Now move. We have a human to purchase and free. We'll also see a patch of land near the entrance to the Holy Land to buy. Officially, he was going to check the Holy Land's entrance and exit, as he was responsible for overseeing that part of the season of Solis. This time, he used an official work stagecoach that was heavily decorated and appeared posh. I'm close to finishing up Devil's Manifesto, but I can certainly not ask someone to make hundreds of its copies as that take a lot of time. Is it time I build that crude first mass printing press machine, Gutenberg's printing press? Building it is absolutely simple, as is the ink, but how to keep it a secret and operate it? I can't allow the world to know I've got something so revolutionary, or I'd be seen as Church's enemy number one. As he thought, his eyes fell on Murrej, who slept on his lap. Chonky, want to increase a banana per week. Murrej opened his eyes slightly and looked at his face. What must I do? Nothing much, just the use of your amazing devouring belly. Both of us are going to change the world with that, trust me. He cheered up the cat. Murrej merely yawned and went back to sleep. Anything you say, Makesy. Sylvester, elated with the agreement, looked forward to this land visit. He hoped to get it done as quickly as possible and start building the house so that he could conduct his re-education activities from underground. Soon, he arrived at the exit gates where the long line of pilgrims was as evident as a few days ago. But this time, everyone saluted his carriage as it officially belonged to the administrative department, the bosses of all other departments. "I'll look at the gates after returning." He made a mental note and proceeded as he had planned the meeting. So just after crossing the tunnel out of the Holy Land, he turned left onto the Gold Road. However, the carriage stopped merely a kilometer after turning to the left. On one side was a patch of forest, and on the other was the Gold River. Yes, he was looking at an empty patch of land very close to the entrance to the Holy Land. And the one selling him was none other than the Baron of the region, Lee de Loveland, the artist. The old, white-bearded man in a beautiful silk tunic was waiting for him by the road on a horse, and the moment Sylvester appeared, he happily chirped, "Greetings, Lord Bard. I'm quite pleased to make your acquaintance for the third time." "May the holy light enlighten us, my lord, and I'm afraid I will soon be disturbing you regularly. So, shall we go and check the land parcel? How far into the forest is it?" Baron Lee de Loveland chuckled and presented a patch of empty land visible beside the dense forest right from the road. "You're looking at it, Lord Bard. This patch was made clear by me to sell to a trader once, but the deal never went through. Everyone is afraid of taking it since it sits too close to the Holy Land's entrance, and we know how powerful the people who pass by this patch are. Every buyer is too scared." However, where fear prevailed, Sylvester's greed was unveiled. "This is bloody perfect, close to the Holy Land and far enough to do my work. This is brilliant." The Baron continued, "Forgive me for my next words, but I am a trader by nature, so the best discount I can give. I'll buy it." "What? But the cost is 50,000 gold graces." Sylvester shrugged. "Did I stutter?" Chapter 289, Sigma Cat. Of course, he didn't stutter. After all, Chonky Bank of Commerce was filled to the brink. Not to mention, Sylvester didn't even need to use his black money as he was making ample money from the royalties he made from the bra and the donation he had taken from the various lords. Soon, he was also going to enter some other business ventures and hope to make enough high-stakes income streams so he won't have to worry about money. Not to mention, he didn't even know how much was in Murad's belly at the moment, and he was afraid he would never see it as it was hard to find a place he could unload that much money. "Why you will buy it?" Baron Loveland asked again, unable to believe that the deal went so smoothly. "I must tell you, the actual price of the land is not more than 10,000, but because this is the last patch of commercially sellable land before the Holy Land, its price is supposed to be higher. Depending on who bought it, it can easily be someone's greatest investment, as it's close to the Holy Land. So I never lowered the cost. I hope you don't think I'm duping you, Lord Bard." Sylvester waved his hand and looked around the area. It was a plain grassland with some flowers. It was surrounded by trees on all sides except one where the road passes from. The trees were all colorful, some green and some amber, and there were a few cherry blossom trees too, giving it a great cheerful personality. The birds were also chirping around, elevating the mood. "What will you do with this land, Lord Bard?" the Baron asked. "I will build a house, but I will also be selling something from here, so perhaps you can come and try it out next month. As for the payment, is it all right if I pay through the demand invoice from the Quad Bank of Solis? Then, you can transfer the money from the bank with the slip later, as it's impractical to move around with 50,000 coins." Sylvester asked. "No problem, Lord Bard. I will return here tomorrow with the proper deeds. When should I expect your arrival?" "At the same time. One more thing, my lord. I was wondering if you'd be free to draw another portrait of my mother and me, and one with all my close friends, including Princess Isabella and Lady Aurora." Sylvester also threw some shiny fish in the form of the two women. After all, When again would he get an opportunity to draw them? As expected, Baron Loveland's eyes shined with happiness and his mouth went agape in a big smile. That would be an honor, Lord Bard. Let's discuss the further details tomorrow then. I will come with all my equipment, and if you find time, you are always invited to my castle. It's adjacent to the Trident Lake, near the Gold Road. Sylvester respectfully nodded his head and moved back. I just might, my lord. Now I must move as some tasks remain unfinished. I shall see you tomorrow. Sylvester had to hurry as he had to meet the slaver man he had contacted. Of course, it was just a middleman who he had found out through some connections in the Guild Peninsula. The man's job was to go around and inform the seekers about locations where the most recent slave auction would take place. So he got on the stagecoach and moved further ahead near the Graced village. But the village was just a landmark, and Sylvester had to look around inside the roadside forest on foot. Hey here. Sylvester turned around and glanced at a thick-trunked tree. The voice was coming from behind it. However, Sylvester didn't act like a dumb, brainless kid and instead whispered to Muraj, "Chunky, go and see if there is any danger behind the tree." Muraj loyally jumped away and quickly checked the tree. Then soon, he gave a thumbs up towards Sylvester with his fluffy little paws. But Sylvester still kept his long dagger out and got closer. "Show yourself. Are you the one they call Columbus?" A head peeked from behind the tree. It was a skinny white man, bald and had blue eyes. However, he didn't appear as old since his face seemed too clean, without a wrinkle. In fact, the man even lacked an eyebrow or any hair on his head. "Does he have cancer?" Sylvester wondered. I am Columbus. Are you the bard of the Lord? You want to buy a slave?" Sylvester looked left and right and rephrased the man's question. "No, I am looking for a person who needs my help. It can be a slave, sure. What can you tell me as the middleman?" Columbus was also doubtful about Sylvester, as he didn't know if this was a trap or a real purchase. But he was thirsty for money, and money can make anyone stupid. So he was ready to take the risk. "The auction is scheduled to happen the day after tomorrow, just opposite the Graced village, on the riverside. A ship carrying the slaves will stop there for a short period." Sylvester could imagine why and how these slave traders probably acted. Using the river was the fastest and most effective escape route if the situation were to worsen. Yes, slavery was not outlawed, but most of the slave traders were the first target of bandits and various noble lords, as slave traders also didn't enjoy any legal immunity. "How many slaves will there be? I'm looking for someone young, working age," Sylvester inquired. Columbus abruptly put his hands inside his tunic from the chest and started to fiddle something out. Sylvester raised his dagger simultaneously, not wanting to take any chances. Columbus then started to read the list. "I have the list, Lord Bard. Quite recently, slave trading has seen a significant boom due to the tragic war and destruction of the Sorrow Kingdom. As a result, many refugees are either willingly selling themselves to slavery or borrowing money for food only to be unable to repay. In total, this shipment will have 15 young ones, boys and girls aged 5 to 14, sold by their parents or orphaned. There will be 2 grade A women best suited for bed slaves due to their good looks. Then 20 ordinary women of grades B to E, these are your usual work slaves. Then there are also 3 grade F women. These are the old folks. Usually, dark wizards buy them for their human experiments. Then there are the 5 grade A men, rarely known for their looks, but mostly known for their top-notch physical abilities, best for guard duty or specialized physical labor. Then there are 30 grade B to E and 1 grade F man. I can book some of them in advance if you want to, respected Lord Bard." "What about wizards and knights?" Sylvester asked further. Columbus' face turned sad, as if he was disappointed in himself. "Forgive me, Lord Bard. If you're looking for a grade S slave, then you'll have to go to a major slave market in any major city. Or, if you want a further specialized, magically strong slave, then go to the Tower of Godless. You can find anything there. From an arch-wizard to an elven beauty, as long as you have money, they can get you anything. Do you want me to represent you there and get you a deal? Sylvester was speechless, however. He knew that slavery was widespread worldwide, but it was this systemized. He didn't know, but what hurt him the most was the first part. So many child slaves, as young as 5. To even think about what will happen to them makes me feel disgusted. I can somewhat feel what they must be feeling right now, scared, confused, and hopeless. Tears were no longer in the eyes, as the rivers they had already shed had never brought any mercy or help. No, I don't need any special slave, and don't book any. Just tell them that I will be coming there and I reserve the first right to choose. Once I've made my purchase, they may sell others. Sylvester ordered in a stern voice. If they ignore my wish, then I will unleash the Inquisitors on them. Remember, I am also the official Grand Crusader. Columbus saluted quickly to show how respectful he was towards the faith. Ah, yes. May the holy light enlighten us, my lord. I will go now, please be there exactly at noon. Sylvester just nodded and saw Columbus run away, scared 100% as the scents were not hidden. Sylvester sighed and walked back towards the stagecoach. He knew he couldn't do anything about the slave situation. He knew he didn't have that much power yet, so he could only be a part of the system, no matter how vile it was. No matter how many hardships I've faced until now, I must also recognize the fact that I've been very lucky and not the opposite. I've lived and thrived, but I can't keep testing my luck, since one day it might just run out and I'll drop dead. What do you think, Chonky? What should we do to help the slaves? Sylvester asked the furry cat on his shoulder. Murrej stayed silent for a while, but when he opened his mouth it was explosive. Kill them all. They? You mean kill the slavers? No, the slaves, Makesy. They? Chapter 290, A Delightful Dinner. Sylvester stopped in his tracks and picked Murrej to keep him in front of his face. Say that again. You want me to kill all the slaves? Murrej looked into Sylvester's eyes with the will of fire. You said you can't take any risk, so kill them. At least that will save them from their misery. Even the kiddies? Murrej nodded instantly. Especially the kiddies. They are so small and weak that they can't defend themselves or even run fast, so they will be at the mercy of the bad man and be hurt every day. So hurt them once and end them. Sylvester hated it, but he had to agree with Murrej. True, the kids would most likely be exploited in an excruciating manner. After all, no sane man would buy a child for manual labor. Instead, they'd buy them only for their sick fetishes. Chonky, you're absolutely right, but your emotions can't stay hidden from me. I see the sadness in your eyes. Fine, we shall only help the kiddies, but from an indirect manner, as I don't wish to have myself be personally involved and fall on the wrong side of some big slave master. I already have enough assassins after me. Pad. Murrej patted Sylvester's head. Makesy is a good boy. Sylvester patted him back. No, you're the good boy. Let's move now. I have to check the Holy Land's entrance as well. Can't give those pesky cardinals more reasons to step over me. So, wasting no time, Sylvester hurried back towards the Holy Land's entrance. The long line of the commoners and the coaches of the nobles were as long as ever. However, a third empty path was reserved for the church's carriages. But Sylvester's carriage stopped after arriving at the gates, sending the soldiers into a frenzy as they held their weapons of choice. Stand down, Sylvester's voice echoed in a commanding tone. He knew that his age, youthful looks, and rank may make some men act unruly, so he had to establish his authority fast. I am Sylvester Maximilian, Lord's Bard, Grand Crusader, and currently the acting overseer of the season of Solis for this region. Commander of the gates, report to me. He ordered the men openly. Sylvester was both lucky and unlucky to be working for the church, because in the church, one's clergy rank defined seniority, while outside, one's wizard or knight rank defined one's seniority. Yes, Sylvester was given high authority in some cases, but if he was outside working for some king, then he could have been a high-ranking noble already with his monstrous talent and current archwizard rank. Perhaps he could have been a count easily, if not a marquis. Here he could see the rank plate of the commanders. These men were supposed to be the first line of defense of the Holy Land, so obviously they were supposed to be strong. Hence, out of the two gate commanders, one was an arch-wizard and the other was a diamond knight, a rank on the same level as Grand Wizard but much weaker and more common. Still, due to his authority, Sylvester outranked them. Hence, the two commanders had to salute him. Thank goodness, at least they have no hatred or jealousy against me and only worship. He saluted back and asked, "How is the process of entry done? What's the reason behind such a long line?" "Lord Bard, we have 5 tables at the gatehouse where each can handle 6 to 10 people every hour. But this year, the crowd is much bigger as many refugees have appeared in the north, and they wish to plead for help from the Lord. Not only that, line cutting, skirmishes among the people, and such events are delaying everything," Wizard Commander answered. Sylvester looked at the endless line of the commoners. Then, he glanced at the noble's side, and there were at least 200 carriages in the line. What about the noble's situation then? At that, the knight-ranked commander spoke. "That, I'm afraid their delay is the fruit of their own labor. Since they arrive in carriages with a lot of luggage, we have to check everything. In most cases, they bring certain items that are prohibited inside, such as alcohol, food plants, or any weapons. When we try to confiscate them, they argue with us for a long time and threaten us with their status. This causes a delay." Sylvester rubbed his chin and walked towards the gatehouse, where 4 tables were set side by side. There, the soldier would first write the pilgrim's name, place of birth, and parent's name. Then, the same man would get up and search the pilgrim from head to toe. After that, each pilgrim would be given a small stamp on the back of the hand, declaring they were clear. Behind each table were 2 more men, each with staff and an orb. Each pilgrim would be made to touch the orb, and their magical or knightly talent would be checked. Then they would be sent to the side for possible career advice if they had decent talent. The whole process for a single pilgrim would last 14 minutes. It was very inefficient, but since the crowd was too much, he could understand why they were having trouble. "Stop the admission for a few minutes, please. Obey my orders and make the changes, and by the end, we shall have increased the efficiency of the process. Commanders, move the 2nd and 3rd tables behind the 1st, and 4th and 5th behind the 2nd row." Sylvester started ordering them around without explaining anything. His voice was resolute enough to make them move fast. "All right, now the first desk's only job is to write the details of the pilgrim. 2 men can sit there, I believe. Behind him, the 2nd and 3rd tables shall check the pilgrims thoroughly. Then the 4th and 5th tables shall test the orbs. The process must run non-stop, and it will increase efficiency." He ordered and continued the movement of the pilgrims. This time, it felt more efficient as the moment the first desk wrote the names, the second pilgrimage would come forward. It became an efficient chain reaction. "What about the nobles, Lord Bard?" the wizard commander asked. They didn't say anything overly praiseful to Sylvester, as what he did was just common sense, and they were, in fact, embarrassed. Sylvester shrugged. "Let them suffer. Just tell your men to stay calm, and if any noble tries to physically attack our men, send them back home. I also want—" Thud! All of a sudden, a crash resounded, and Sylvester glanced back. An old woman had fallen in the line from a heat stroke. Sylvester rushed and conjured some water to splash on her face. In no time, healers also arrived and took the woman along. But that also revealed a weakness to him. Commanders, the line is long and the tree shade is limited. Get 2 men to continuously drive a cart back and forth the entire length, offering water. Remember, these are respected pilgrims, the children of soulies like you and me. Their hardship is their test, but we can't let our guests face death, can we? It shall be done, Lord Bard. Great. I also want daily evening reports from now on. I want to know how many people we processed, how many people fainted, and how many skirmishes happened. I will send a knight by the name of Sir Zeke every evening to bring that report to me, and if something complex occurs, you must inform me quickly at the administration office. Sylvester didn't waste too much time there or boss them around. Since he solved the issue of long lines to some degree, he was free to leave. So he made his way home, since Xavia's water therapy was due for the day. However, just as he was about to knock, he heard some laughter coming from inside, so he just opened the door and walked in. What? To his surprise, in the living room, Inquisitor High Lord was sitting on the wooden sofa, which was struggling to stay intact. Meanwhile, Aurora was in the kitchen with Isabella, and Xavia was in her wheelchair, not far from Inquisitor High Lord, appearing nervous. May the holy light enlighten us, Lord Inquisitor, Sylvester saluted formally. At ease, young bard. I'm pleased to see your mother is not mortally wounded. I shall pray to the Lord that your healing technique works. Inquisitor High Lord spoke, sounding much kinder and talkative compared to before. Sylvester, Aurora shouted from the kitchen. Take a seat, I'm cooking for dinner today. Does she even know how to cook? Sylvester could not bring himself to feel confident about her. What are you even making? He asked. Oh, nothing special, just some bread and thick gravy stew with a lot of meat and vegetables. She chirped happily from the kitchen. Sylvester nodded and sat there silently, but he couldn't bring himself to accept that everything was fine. His danger senses were tingling, trying to tell him something ominous was coming. Slowly, an hour passed, and Sylvester had run out of topics to discuss with the Inquisitor High Lord. The big man had just returned from the Duchy of Ironstone and was on his way to report to the Pope, but it seemed his daughter trapped him to come and taste her cooking. Now, no matter how serious and stoic Inquisitor High Lord was, Sylvester knew better that behind that scary mask and red eyes was a doting father who loved seeing his little girl succeed in life. Done, here you go, 1 plate for you and another for my beloved old man. Aurora passed them a plate each. I'm not taking any chances. Sylvester waited until the Lord Inquisitor took a bite, but then another question arose. How is he going to eat with the visor in the way? Whoosh! What just happened? He took a bite so fast I didn't even see how he did it. Sylvester was left in more worry now. How is it? Aurora asked. Inquisitor High Lord's eyes shined and he replied in soft praise. Stupendously exquisite taste, Aurora. You have become much better at cooking. I'm delighted at the taste. Sylvester, who heard the praises, looked at the food. The bread looks great and the stew is also pleasant. Is it really so good? Taking a leap of faith, he picked the first bite and chewed. He kept chewing and kept going. Are you crying, Sylvester? Aurora asked with puppy eyes. Sylvester glanced at the Inquisitor High Lord and noticed the raging red eyes. These two fuckers. This is garbage. How can someone combine simple ingredients into this abominations? I feel like vomiting. Fuck you, Lord Inquisitor. Don't peer pressure me now. Ahaha, it's so tasty that I couldn't hold back my tears. You're a master of cooking, Aurora. Sylvester praised her and stood up. I will pack this and save the rest so the boys can taste it too. Pet. But Aurora pushed Sylvester back onto the couch. No need. I invited them long ago. You just eat yours and there is a lot more, so eat as much as you want. Sylvester didn't want to. I can't, this will kill me. Yes, where is Chonky? He can save him. Just then his eyes fell on Murad's body on the kitchen counter near the large stew container. The cat was resting on its back, all paws vertically erect upward, and the eyes were closed. "See, Chunky, my boy, don't give up so fast, save me first." "What a delight, isn't it, young bard?" The Inquisitor High Lord spoke calmly. Traitor. Chapter 291. Hope shines and luck declines. Tears in the eyes, pain in the heart, and hopelessness in mind. Sylvester had faced the demons, the bloodlings, murders, mad kings, and whatnot, but today he lost to food. "Is it really so good?" Xavier wondered. "Can I have some?" "No, you shan't have my mother, you evil witch." Sylvester stood up instantly. "Mum must only eat simple rice and milk porridge. Don't give her anything, Aurora. Be mindful of her medical state." Sylvester saved his dear mother from a sad fate akin to his own. "Do you want more, Sylvester? Don't be shy. Your big sister made a lot of it." Aurora tried to pour more into his plate. But Sylvester was ready to fight for his life. "No, no, I'm fine. I also ate outside with Baron Loveland while talking about buying the land. Don't waste so much food here. Save some for the rest." Bam! "Whoa, it smells good." Felix barged in excitedly. "What did you make, Lady Aurora? I hope it's good because I'm starving. When you told me this morning about the dinner, I decided to go on a whole day fast so I could eat more tasty food now." Sylvester tried to signal his friend to run away by the movement of his eyes. But alas, he expected too much from Felix as the man just walked over and sat opposite Sylvester. "Haha, look at your face, Max. Is it so tasty?" Felix asked. Knock knock. Just then more victims for Aurora to exploit appeared. Gabriel, Bishop Lazark, and Elian were there. "Oh my, please come in and take a seat," Aurora chirped from the kitchen. In a few minutes, plates arrived and sat in the laps of all, steaming like a volcano of doom. But sadly, none of the newcomers knew their death was about to touch them. "Thank you for the meal." Felix dug right into it. He broke a bit chunk of the bread and scooped a significant portion of the stew. With him, the others followed suit and took a bite. Yes, there was silence, utter and complete silence. Yes, Felix and Gabriel's jaws stopped chewing as their faces turned from excitement to utter horror. Then, finally, their eyes went dark as death seemed to seep closer. Sylvester shook his head and felt no sympathy for the two. Instead, he nudged at them with his forced smiling face and eyes so wide they were fighting to pop out. "Oh, isn't it delightful, my brothers? Lord Inquisitor loves it." Felix and Gabriel's faces also turned similar to Sylvester's. They forced gritting smiles, and at the same time, veins appeared all over their eyes. They knew Sylvester's last words were warnings. "Why, yes, Max, this is quite exquisite. I feel like packing it and taking it home to eat slowly over the days." Felix spoke. Gabriel wasn't far behind. "Me too. This is I mean tasty. Aren't I right, Bishop Lazark and Priest Elian?" "Indeed, not the best, but quite nice," Bishop Lazark replied. "Agreed, I've tasted much worse out there," Elian added. Sylvester, Felix, and Gabriel glared at the two men with deep hatred and sympathy. What could be worse than that? They wondered. But it also made sense. Bishop Lazark was a necromancer, and God knows what kind of things he had probably done while pursuing knowledge. Meanwhile, Priest Elian was a tiger beastkin, so he had likely eaten some nasty rotten raw meat sometime in his entire life. Bam! Oh, my hand slipped. Felix acted and let his plate fall. Sylvester jumped in to help and in doing so, let his plate spill. Gabriel also dived, taking the cue, trying to save Sylvester's plate instead, letting all his stew spill on the floor. Clank! However, as Sylvester, Gabriel, and Felix started to get up triumphantly, they heard more clanks. To their shock and anger, Bishop Lazark and Priest Elian had also dropped their plates to the floor and hurried to help them stand up. "Are you all right?" "You wasted so much food," said Bishop Lazark. Sylvester and his two brothers dumbly stared at the two hypocrite bastards. They were acting as if they were fine not long ago, definitely a lie. Clank! But to all their surprise, one more clank resounded. It was confusing as they had all dropped theirs, so only one was left. Fuck, Lord Inquisitor also dropped his plate. Sylvester cursed inside, as did the others. Shamelessly, the Inquisitor High Lord stood up. Ah, it fell. It's quite hard to hold the plate with a metal gauntlet, but now I must take my leave, Aurora. I need to meet His Holiness. I wish you a healthy and speedy recovery, Mother Xavia, and the young bard come with me. Sylvester didn't spend a second in wait, and followed behind Inquisitor High Lord to the exit. Oh no, my robes have been spoiled. I should get them changed. See you later, Lady Aurora. Felix excused himself. Likewise, may the holy light enlighten us. Gabriel did the same, while the remaining two didn't say anything and silently left. Once the living room was silent again, a loud laugh erupted. It was not Aurora but Isabella. She laughed with no shame and even got teary-eyed. "Oh Lord, why would you do this, Sister Aurora? That was so mean." Sylvester was crying. She laughed heartily. Xavia was confused, however. "Can I taste it?" "No," Aurora exclaimed. "Don't taste that, my sister. I cannot see you suffer like them. My cooking is absolute garbage, and what I made was probably just one step below poison." "What? But why do such a horrible thing to those poor souls?" Xavia asked. Lady Aurora smugly folded her arms. "Well, I was just testing them. Now I know they love me so much that they'd rather not hurt my feelings by calling my cooking bad. This means I can trust them wholeheartedly." Xavia stared at Aurora for a few seconds before sighing. "That's so evil and brilliant." "I know, right? But I will have to treat them to good meals for a whole month now. Well, I'm rich, so no harm done." But Xavia was still a mother. "I will go and make something else for Max, pranks aside. He must still be hungry." Isabella chimed in, though a faint blush was on her cheeks. I cooked normal food already, Mother Xavia." "What a good lady you are, Isabella." Xavia was all praises, and Isabella was all blushes. But Aurora had created some headaches for herself too. Now she had to clean all that mess alone. At the same time, Sylvester was speaking with the Inquisitor High Lord on the terrace of the building. Sylvester got handed over a small piece of folded paper. "This is the solution to your troubles, young bard," Inquisitor High Lord stoically said as he returned to his usual attitude. Sylvester unfolded the paper and read it aloud. "Healer Darwin Hendricks of Graced Village." Sylvester kept his senses heightened and tried to perceive even the slightest change of the sense from the Lord Inquisitor. He did trust the man to some degree, but it was not blind faith. Anger as always, but there's some guilt combined. Inquisitor High Lord looked towards the sea in the distance. "Young bard. There exist some people in the world who reject power and authority. They'd rather live as a minority than rule the majority. This man is one of them, Darwin Hendricks, the only known grand wizard healer in the entire world." Sylvester's mind was blown instantly. For a fact, thanks to Xavia, he knew that finding a healer who was arch-wizard was already near impossible. This was because most serious healers didn't get the time or opportunity to hone their physical skills and rank up. So having a healer who was also a grand wizard was a crazy concept, but that left him with more questions. Such an important person in a little graced village, that makes no sense. The Inquisitor High Lord nodded. "Darwin is an enigma. For most of his life he was a traveling healer. For many great healers today he was a teacher. But his rise remains a mystery, hidden among the annals of history. All he wishes for is peace and calm." Sylvester easily understood the reason. He must be heavily coveted by many. So now he lives near the Holy Land, where he lives in the faith's protection, as a free man. The Lord Inquisitor continued to speak. You are correct, young bard. You can trust his tongue for the many important folks he treated when they were young. Kings, queens, nobles, and holy men, the list goes on. But the price for his services you cannot pay with gold. Each time it's unique. Only he can decide if his talents can be sold. Of course, a man of his rank and talent is probably already filthy rich. I hope he's not a twisted man who will ask me to do something unholy, Sylvester thought to himself while staring at the parchment. But the prospect of getting healed was enticing, as the injury affected his talent and stopped him from going all out. Thank you, Lord Inquisitor. I will go and meet him as soon as my insignificant duties are finished. Nothing is insignificant in this world, young bard. All have a purpose, and our fate can only be decided by the Lord. You know my permanent residence. You can report to me if you ever need guidance. Be well. Inquisitor High Lord proceeded to leave. So much scent of regret. There's sadness, hate, doubt, and hope. It can only be that. Sylvester put the parchment in his pocket and followed behind the Lord Inquisitor. He still had to give Xavia her exercise session and cook something edible. Sylvester obviously knew what Aurora was doing from the beginning. He knew she was lying about her questions, about her intentions. But he let it continue as he understood the value of such pranks for the sake of building long-lasting, mind-occupying friendships. As long as I play my cards right, I can have Isabella's close friendship too. But first, I must kill her romantic feelings about me. Thud. Thud. Sylvester stopped and heard the sound of someone coming up the stairs, running. Even the Inquisitor High Lord stopped in front of him. Thud. Thud. Max, come quick. Sylvester recognized that voice, and now it was full of anxiety-filled fear. Felix. In 2 seconds, Felix climbed all the stairs, passed by Inquisitor High Lord, and stood in front of Sylvester. Max, Dungface, I mean Zeke. What happened to him? Did he return with the gate report? Sylvester asked. But Felix grabbed Sylvester and almost shouted. At the gates, he killed a bishop and 2 archpriests. He's been arrested. Chapter 292, Fortune and Misfortune. What? Sylvester was speechless. I only sent him to get the reports. Why would he kill 3 clergymen, and where is he kept? I don't know, Max. I only saw him being taken in a prisoner transport carriage. I stopped them and questioned them for their actions myself. This is bad, Max. They will kill him without blinking an eye. He killed a bishop from administration. Felix spoke nonstop. Sylvester remained calm, however. Having been through abrupt, life-threatening situations had taught him to be calm in all conditions. But that didn't mean he didn't feel any headaches. In fact, he was seething in anger. Zeke is too simple-minded to kill someone for no reason, not to mention he's extremely docile. If he attacks someone, then he must have a big reason. He's my underling, and if they wish to hurt him, they must first investigate everything. Come with me. Sylvester walked towards the stairs. He didn't ask the Inquisitor High Lord for any help, however. He knew better not to rely on such overpowered beings, as that might reduce his image in their minds. However, he could feel that Inquisitor High Lord was going to do his own investigation later. Rushing, Sylvester only informed his mother that an emergency had arrived and he had to go. He didn't tell her about Zeke yet, as that could produce a lot of anxiety, which could be bad for her health. After that, he mounted his horse and galloped towards the prison cells of the Holy Marshals. It was the nearest facility to the gates where the unruly visitors were kept. Sylvester arrived at the gates of the walled prison and tried to enter. However, the guards there barred him from doing so. It's late in the evening, Lord Bard. Please come back tomorrow morning. But Sylvester didn't budge and glared right into the man's eyes. If I come back tomorrow and my subordinate who has been arrested here dies, will you pay for it with your neck? If you say you will, I shall leave. Sylvester was only trying to stall, however. He had sent Muraj inside to check the condition of Zeke already. The guard started to shiver in fear after Sylvester's warning. He turned pale and looked at his partner at his side. Sylvester patted the man's shoulder. "Brother in faith, I am not your enemy nor here to harm you. I am here to take the initial statement of Sir Zeke. You see, he's an extremely talented man, but sadly, God made him a little slower in mind. So he must be very confused, like a small child in an unknown place. That man is loved by Solis, and I'm sure you don't want to anger the Lord." Religion was the easiest way of manipulating and scaring someone. Sylvester was a master at using it to his advantage by now. Whoosh! Just then Muraj returned from inside and jumped back onto his shoulder to whisper, "Makesy, they're beating poor Zeke." Sylvester clenched his fist and started walking inside, followed by Felix. This time the guards didn't stop him. Muraj showed him the way, while Sylvester didn't bother with any marshal trying to shout and stop him. Instead, he just shoved them to the side and entered with no care. Soon he climbed down the stairs and arrived at the basement level, where rows upon rows of prison cells were visible. Each one of them was full of people, primarily commoners who had dared commit a crime or make trouble. Most of them were only going to spend a night there. Sylvester didn't stop and walked to the end of the long corridor. Bam! Bam! Sylvester's eyes glowed in gold as he saw 5 men beating Zeke, who was hung from the ceiling, his hands tied with metal chains. "Raise another hand and I will ensure you lose it," Sylvester boomed from outside the cell. "Who ordered you to beat him? Who ordered you to commit such heresy?" The 5 men turned around and saw Sylvester. Of course, they recognized him due to his looks. No other man was as widely known to have blonde hair and golden eyes in the Holy Land. "He's a filthy murderer. He deserves nothing but this," they argued. Sylvester moved forward. Bzzz. A long, shining blade of solidified light appeared on Sylvester's fist. He slashed it at the gates lock like a hot knife on butter. It easily opened, allowing him to enter. "Are you the judge now? Do you know why he killed the bishop? Do you know what happened? If you do, then show me the proof. If not, then get ready to face the repercussions," Sylvester argued. He ignored them and helped Zeke get down from the hold. Zeke's tunic was removed, and his torso was full of bruises by now. On his face, multiple wounds from punches were apparent, including a swollen eye and a broken nose. "Now go and bring me water. Do not disturb me either. I shall be legally representing him and must record his statement. Any further physical violence caused to him will also be met with full scrutiny." Again, he threatened them, this time legally. Of course, they didn't want any trouble as they were just a few simple prison guards, so they left silently. Sylvester took out a few solarium crystals and minor healing potions to feed him. "What happened, Zeke? I only sent you to bring me the gate report. Why did you kill a bishop?" Sylvester could feel sadness, fear, and confusion from Zeke. It was understandable, as Zeke was likely unable to realize what wrong he did, as he probably did what he did from the goodness of his heart. "I helped the woman, I saved her," Zeke answered. Sylvester patted his shoulder. "Zeke, no need to be sacred. I stand with you, but if you want me to help you, you must first tell me everything in great detail. Tell me all you did and saw from the moment you went out to get the report from the gates." Felix also sat on Zeke's other side and patted his shoulder. "Don't be scared, buddy. You're a mighty knight." Zeke finally felt some confidence and started. "First, I completed my work at School of Dawn and left Sister Isabella at home. Then I went to the gate to take the report. But when I was halfway, I heard a woman shouting for help. At school, they said I should always help the needy, so I wanted to do that. But when I arrived, I saw the bishop and 2 archpriests herding her inside a stagecoach. I heard them saying that they would help her pray at Man Magna Sanctum if she did as they wished. She was crying and fighting them, but they didn't listen and even beat her. There was also a little boy shouting for his mother from outside. I didn't like the cries of the child, so I opened the stagecoach's door and asked them to stop. But they tried to cast magic on me or pick swords. So I stabbed my sword into their necks and backs. After that, I saved the lady, covered her body with my cloak and dragged the 3 bad men out. Then some people came and brought me here. Sylvester glanced at Felix as they understood what had likely happened there. They must have dared to take advantage of her helplessness and enticed her for a faster entry in return for certain favors that she didn't want to give. You did nothing wrong, Zeke. But where are that woman and her kid now? Sylvester inquired, as that was the crucial evidence for proving Zeke's innocence. I don't know, my lord. Sylvester rubbed his chin in frustration. I must find the mother and son before someone tries to put this mess under the rug. But I need something for tomorrow's initial trial too. Sir Zeke here, eat more solarium crystals and be healthy here. Just wait for me and I will fix everything. Don't start a fight with the guards either, and if they try to hurt you, just tell them about me. Also, when you are presented to the judge tomorrow, you must tell the truth, all that you saw. Sylvester ordered him. Zeke diligently nodded and vowed to do so. Sylvester then stood up and decided to go out and look for clues. The next day, in the early morning, Zeke was taken to the judge in the administrative building of the Holy Land. There, an archbishop was presiding over the case and scrutinizing all the details. As many of Sylvester's supporters had come to see the trial, the small hall was packed. The judge's table was at one end, while Sylvester's was opposite the judge's. The spectators could also watch from farther behind. But what caught Sylvester's eye was that 2 cardinals from the Supreme Council were also among the spectators. What's their connection to this case? Could it be that Bishop was their underling? Sylvester wondered and silently listened to the judge. The case is clear. Sir Zeke has also confessed to killing the 3 clergymen. So what's there to defend, Lord Bard? Why waste the Holy Court's time? The old, white-bearded judge asked Sylvester. Sylvester stood up. Your Grace, I understand your sense of urgency as the caseload has increased significantly, but we should not take this matter lightly. What Sir Zeke spoke about, if the assault on a pilgrim did happen, done by a bishop and 2 archpriests under the false pretense of help, we must get to the bottom. Because it's not the demons or the non-believers who hurt the faith the most. No, it's these heathens who sit in the house of God and commit the sin of the devil. So, I request the court to allow me to investigate and look for the woman and her son. Give me a few days, and I shall present them in the court. Sylvester requested after a short speech. The judge sighed and tiredly wrote, Fine, I'll give you 1 week. Sir Zeke will be held under house arrest until then. Since you are already a sanctum inspector, I see no problem in appointing you to investigate and bring me non-biased facts. As you said, I may seem impatient, but if what Sir Zeke said is true, then be it 10, 100, or 1,000. I shall sign the death certificates of all the heathens. Sylvester bowed his head. May the holy light enlighten us. With that, the first hearing came to an end, but Sylvester had a massive grin on his face. He walked over to Zeke and patted his shoulder. You are to live in my house for the coming 7 days, understood? What about you? How will you find the woman in the huge Holy Land? Felix asked him, as he was also a sanctum inspector. The grin on Sylvester's face only intensified as he glanced at the 2 cardinals who voted against him in the council. That's the easy part. But my friend, with this holy court's permission, I can freely investigate nearly all locations in the Holy Land. I wouldn't be surprised if I were to, mistakenly, find something incriminating against a few important people. I also have a hunch that someone very high, right in this room, is related to this. Felix's jaw fell as he noticed the 2 cardinals. Did you plan all this? Sylvester denied it immediately. Zeke's actions, not at all. But when the heads of my enemies are falling on my sword, why should I remove the blade? On the contrary, I'd rather utilize that opportunity and sharpen the edges. Chapter 293, Buying Slaves. Something was happening in the dark, and there was no denying it. Someone was trying to exploit the poor pilgrims, and they were not just simple soldiers but ranked bishops with power and pull. Sylvester only had the words of Zeke to focus on, and he believed in Zeke wholeheartedly. But others didn't give the case much importance and merely brushed it off, considering Zeke mentally unstable. Meanwhile, for the woman and the child who were victims, nobody was even bothering to look for them, as the administration ignored Zeke's statement. This isn't normal. A crime as heinous as such occurred in the Holy Land and nobody is reacting. This makes no sense, considering how angry the Pope is these days. Someone is suppressing what's going on here, someone is trying to brush this incident aside as something insignificant. Sylvester thought to himself as he rested in his moving stagecoach. But the fact someone was scared of something coming out of his investigation was enough proof for Sylvester to keep going and investigating. He aimed to turn the tides in his direction. He wanted to remove a majority of the decision-makers that held opposing thoughts towards him. The logic was simple. Why should he stand behind when his enemies were playing the game of chess? They could have easily made him a bishop and lived carefree, but they decided to go after him. So now it was his time to retaliate. "What are you thinking, Sylvester?" Sylvester looked at the blonde girl sitting beside him. Isabella was coming with him to the slave auction outside the Holy Land for the day. He was going to use her as his cover to save the kids from the slavers. Sure, he knew what he was doing was just a dent in the humongous pile of garbage that was slavery. But he could at least have some mental peace in the fact that he did something when the sad faces of the innocent children appeared in front of him. "Nothing. I was just thinking about how rotten things are. I told you about Zeke's case, but I can't help but think about the woman and child Zeke talked about. I'm afraid, if someone is trying to hide the crime, then their chances of being alive are non-existent. I hope Elian can use his primal hunting ability to find their bodies or ashes." Sylvester replied, sharing things with her, because he wanted her to be more loyal to him than the faith. Isabella sighed and agreed with Sylvester. I don't even know what to think. Of course, I knew there were bad apples in the clergy outside, but this is my first time knowing there are things like this within the Holy Land as well." "It's worse inside the Holy Land," Sylvester started. "Outside, it's often very easy to know good and bad through actions, but here, each clergyman has 10 different faces, and we only see one of them the whole time." The scent of disgust, doubt, and fear. Well, she's feeling the same emotions that most of the commoners do when they get troubled by the church's men. So go on, little princess, see the ugly that you unknowingly ignored in your castles. Sylvester didn't share any more things with her and waited to arrive at the location. It was not a long journey, as he had already met with Baron Loveland to finish the land purchase deal. But sadly, he was now too busy to get his portrait made by the man. For now, he was more interested in finding out the address of the 2 cardinals he had seen inside the court hall the day before. He wanted to infiltrate their homes and see if they had anything of interest. "We're here, Lord Bard," the Riensman announced. Sylvester quickly fixed his robes and helped Isabella do the same. She wore a heavy, expensive gown that only a noble could afford. It didn't take much to make her appear like a princess, as her mannerisms and beauty were impeccable. "Your Highness," Sylvester acted formally with her and gave her his hand. She blushed and followed him to the venue. It was a medium-sized, double-mast ship on the riverside, docked there. A staircase was set that descended from the ship's deck onto a small wooden stage set on the shore. On the stage, a fat, rotten-toothed man shouted at the crowd of 3 dozen buyers. But no auction was being done at the moment, as Sylvester had ordered them a day earlier. So, acting like a typical aristocrat, Sylvester led Isabella on board the ship. But of course, he was not dumb enough to come alone. He had brought a unit of inquisitors as well, the men most loyal to him. They were supposed to wait outside. "Why, your highness and holy clergyman, I'm honored to be in your presence." The nasty-looking man greeted them. He was likely the ship's captain and the primary overseer of the current consignment of slaves. Sylvester took the helm. "Where is the merchandise?" "Yes, yes, please come with me. We keep them on the first level below the deck." Sylvester followed him down the deck and arrived to see the abomination the humans could inflict on their own species. There were at least 24 jail cells. A single one of them was used to keep all the kids tightly cramped inside. At the same time, the rest were held according to slave grades. "Your Highness, please select whoever you want to buy," the man spoke. Sylvester felt Isabella was mentally disturbed after seeing the condition. It was all wet, and the clothes of slaves were dirty, torn, and sometimes even missing. "Why are these few slaves so clean?" she asked after reaching the 2 cells harboring men and women, graded A. Sylvester answered, "These women are the prettiest, hence the sex slaves. These men are the strongest, hence prime merchandise." Isabella reeked of disgust. Her worldview was shattering further as she saw the reality of the world. She was fed lies all her life in her impenetrable castle walls. And the kids, why are they kept like that? They are sitting in their own urine and feces," she questioned. The kids in question didn't even seem alive. They were just silently watching everything with their big, hopeless, open eyes. They made no sound, not even a cough. Of course, they had been beaten and forced into such submission to appear good merchandise. This time the slave owner spoke. "These kids are useless. They don't fetch us a good price. Even selling them is hard." Sniff. Just then a small faint cry resounded from the women's cell. Graded as B. Following the sniveling came a small cry. My baby, he's just 5. Please spare him, let him go. I will do anything you want for the rest of my life." Bam! The slave owner slammed his hand on the jail cell. "Shut up, wench. It wasn't I who borrowed more than I could repay. Now shut your mouth or I will chop that tongue. You'll be an E-grade whore then." Sylvester, meanwhile, was looking at the various slaves when he saw the woman crying for her child. He decided to keep her, as he could always use the child as leverage for complete loyalty. "I'll take this woman and her child," he requested. The slave owner rubbed his hands and tried offering a better deal. "Ah, sure, respected clergyman, but what about these A-grade women? I assure you they have been trained in the finest whorehouses before being brought for sale. For you, I will give them for half price, both of them." Sylvester sneered and walked to the men's section. "No need, I'm not looking for any bed slaves. I need respectable people who can work for me in the respectful occupation of running an eatery." Sylvester tried to look for more slaves in the kids' cell. He noticed there was a 14-year-old girl in the ranks, the oldest of the lot from the looks of it. Young minds are easy to mold to be loyal. "I'll take that girl as well. No need to be scared, young one. Just think of me as an elder brother now. As for the rest of the children, Princess Isabella wishes to purchase them all," Sylvester announced. Instantly, all the little ones looked up, showing a change of expression for the first time, and Sylvester smelled a strong scent of hope. The slave owner was as happy as he could be. "That's brilliant. I won't have to worry about these little useless things anymore. Please take them for 100 gold graces each." Isabella walked over to the jail cell of the kids and softly spoke to them. "Don't worry, dears. I will make sure you find your home, and if you have none, then I will make sure you reach a good orphanage. Please take him too." All of a sudden, a woman cried from a grade D cell. Sylvester looked and noticed something that turned his heart colder. The woman who pleaded had a little baby in her arms, draped in dirty cloth. The baby was likely no older than 6 months. Sylvester pointed at her. I'm buying her as well. The slave owner was just rubbing his hands in silence as he felt his pockets getting heavier. He did not hide his ugly grin from anyone. The truth was, like any slave owner, he had kept the price of his goods inflated by a lot. This was because people often haggled. But now, without going through any haggling, he was able to sell them. It was a big win for him. Paya. Thud. Thud. What in the? The slave owner cursed as suddenly the loud sound of a horn and drums came from outside. Bam! A sailor barged in. Captain, our raiders are here. Good Lord, why now? My princess and respected clergyman, all the slaves you selected will reach you tomorrow. Please get off the ship. I must move quickly. However, Sylvester slowly walked towards the man. His right fist suddenly showed a short blade made of solid light. I don't think I will. What GHK? Why tilde? Thud. The ugly sack of human meat fell on the wooden deck, dead with his throat slit open. Whoosh! Sylvester then threw a small spear made of light at the sailor who had come and killed him too. Meanwhile, Isabella had begun to open all the cells, while the slaves appeared confused. Sylvester stayed alert, though. He did not trust these slaves either. Be at ease, and none of you shall be harmed. I am Lord's Bard, Sylvester Maximilian, the gods favored. Once I take off your collars, you may go wherever you want, as I do not wish for you to die at the raiders' hands. Clank! He could hear the clanking swords and shouts above on the deck already, and had to work fast and ensure the slaves obeyed his command to ensure their survival. The best solution for that was a hymn with a halo, a proof that he was the apostle of God and his promises were not shallow. Cry if you want, as your misery ends. Grab the strength that my voice lends. Hold the hand that freedom extends. This is fate, mortal minds it transcends. So let your hearts be at ease. Feel the soothing holy breeze. For you stand before the holy bard. Hear me, I sing sermon of the Lord. G God, bless us. The sage. Solis. The reactions varied, but they meant the same. Without knowing, they chanted Sylvester's many unofficial names. Chapter 294, The Bad and the Ugly. By the time everyone was freed, they were crying while holding their palms together, praying to Sylvester for his heavenly grace. Yes, Sylvester knew he had the best cheat that always worked, especially on the poor and underprivileged, and he had no shame in using it. After all, the world was already scamming each other, so why shouldn't he? Stand behind me, children of Solis. I shall protect you from vile raiders. Today, they shall not take any of you. Sylvester roared and created two long shining light blades on his fists. With that, he walked out of the lower deck. All the slavers were dead on the deck, and around their dead bodies were a few men draped in black cotton clothes. They even hid their faces with cloth. The few inquisitors Sylvester had brought were also fighting them, but not hurting them enough to kill them. Heathens who sin near the land of God, die, for that's what wills the Lord. Sylvester didn't give the enemies a chance and lunged towards them. Whoosh! With a single swing of his arm, he beheaded one of the raiders. The light blade was an excellent tool as it was not just sharp but scorching as well. To chop flesh was like cutting butter. As for the bones, well, Sylvester had decent strength. You shan't run from the wrath of the god. Sylvester presented a great show to all the liberated slaves, as he also used magic on the fleeing raiders. Spears made of solid light launched towards all the runners and pierced their chests, planting them onto the ground like skewers. It was an absolute one-sided massacre, as Sylvester killed all 10 raiders. As for the crowd of buyers, they had run away long ago. Sylvester then looked back at the slaves. You can go now since you have no slave collars. As long as you don't reveal you were a slave, no one will try to catch you. Where to go? That I don't know, perhaps go west towards the northern duchies of Gracia or maybe into Riveria. Of course, they were all scared and didn't waste a moment to make a run for it. They took the horses that were left behind, and others who didn't know how to ride simply ran. A minority of them also headed to the Holy Land, mostly the old ones. That left only the young children, the 2 women and the 14-year-old girl he had decided to keep. Why was he keeping women? Well, that was because 2 of them had children who could be leveraged, and the girl was young enough to be easily brainwashed. He didn't keep any single men, or any men to say, as they were wild stallions with no guaranteed leash attached to them. Sylvester. Just then Felix arrived with a dozen more soldiers. He stopped near the ship and climbed over to him. "Ah, I see you've killed these fools." Sylvester shook his head softly, telling him not to reveal anything yet. He didn't want the slaves to know everything that he was doing. "Felix, get the soldiers to bring the horses on board. We shall take the whole ship to the Holy Land," he ordered. The men Felix had brought were precisely the men needed to sail a large ship. So, after throwing away the bodies of the slavers and the raiders, they headed downstream towards the open sea. During the same time, Sylvester was busy removing the slave collars from the kids. He also checked each kid using a testing orb to see how talented each of them was. Even if one had the lowest level of talent in wizardry or knightly magic, they would be taken in by the church. As for the normal ones, there were normal orphanages to go to. All the while, Isabella spoke with the 2 mothers, and the 14-year-old who Sylvester was going to keep in his house shop. "That's so horrible. Why would they do such a thing?" Isabella was listening to their sad stories. Apparently, the 14-year-old girl was sold by her own parents to a noble lord in return for food. Under the lord's ownership, she lived for 1 week and finally ran away after being unable to tolerate the pain every single night. But she was caught by slavers instead and waited to face the same fate again. "Please tell me the name of that lord. I will have his house razed to the ground," Isabella angrily asked. Sylvester sighed as he walked beside her. "How many houses will you raze to the ground, Isabella? Even your own family owns thousands of slaves, even a few dwarves if the rumors are correct." "What?" She appeared to be disgusted by the revelation. "Why, I never saw, were those female servant slaves all along, but they were so happy and friendly." Sylvester decided to give her a crash course on slavery. He didn't know much about the system or how it was operated, but he knew what slaves were used for. Your family servants may have had a decent life, I guess, but usually it's for money. You don't have to pay slaves, they don't eat much. So you get infinite cheap labor to increase productivity and get rich. Or in the case of dwarves, you get free master weaponsmiths. In the case of orcs, you get monsters with unimaginable strength, best for mindless tasks. With elven women, you get forever young, beautiful bed slaves that will last not just the lord but his great-grandsons too. This is the truth of the world we live in, dear princess. But this is nothing compared to the Tower of Godless that lies adjacent to the Duchy of Normandy. Tower of what? When did that happen? I've seen countless maps of Saul and never noticed such a thing in them. She did not know anything. Of course you didn't. They are the openly kept secret that all just ignore. Run by Slave Imperia Council, made of 5 self-proclaimed slave gods, 3 being grand wizards and 2 being diamond knights. It's the largest slave market in the world, divided into 100 floors, each varying in slave variety. Consider it like the holy land of slavery. It's the center of all slave trade, where you can obtain anything you can imagine. There, at the right price, you can buy anything, from a human to dwarves, giants, trolls, elves, beastkins, merkins, vampires, goblins, centaurs, or perhaps even a dragon. Hearing Sylvester, Isabella's jaw was left hung wide open. She was never told about this by any teacher ever. If If we do such an evil thing to them, then why do we call them the heathens? Isn't it us who are on the bad side? Sylvester warned her quickly. Now you're entering dangerous territory, Isabella. When did I say they are good? You'll be surprised to learn that various raiding groups of Bisteria regularly capture humans. Heck, even human pirates raid coastal villages and towns to sell the people to Bisteria. Anything goes for a bit of gold. Why? What can a short-lived humans be of use? They have so many more powerful species, she asked. Sylvester was unsure about this one but still explained it in detail. I'm not sure, but I've recently read this in a book. Apparently, interspecies non-human slavery is banned in Bisteria by the agreement of all major species. So they only enslave goblins because nobody likes them, and they breed like rabbits, not to mention dumb. Then there are trolls, even dumber than goblins, only useful for hard labor. But trolls are not high in numbers. Then enter humans. Dragons consider us as fine cuisine and eat us at celebrations. Goblins are fond of human women for breeding. Giants use us in tasks their giant fingers can't reach. Vampires love our blood. Orcs use us in varying ways, sometimes for sex and sometimes for entertainment by torture. Merkins don't care about us, just like dwarves, who are happy doing digging and forging. Seriously, the most decent folks in Bisteria. And elves, although elves loathe us on a deep level, they keep the highest number of human slaves in their kingdom in all of Bisteria. This is because there are not many elves since breeding is very hard among them. Due to their low number, each elf is entitled to a life of great luxury. They don't use each other for menial tasks. They need slaves to serve them for everything, from cooking, cleaning, entertainment, fighting pits, farming, and such. Since we look somewhat like them, we are slightly pleasing to their eyes. The only forbidden thing among them is sex with non-elves, though humans are forced to breed and keep growing in number, to have more servants. By the time Sylvester finished giving his short crash course in slavery, the 3 slaves he had purchased were sitting on the floor, somewhat thankful they were not sent to Bisteria. Meanwhile, Isabella was shivering in frustration and anger, a rare emotion for her. This is so evil. I can't imagine what all the slaves must feel each day, the hopelessness. There must be millions of them around the world right now, crying somewhere, pleading, or being eaten. Felix, who was standing nearby, shrugged. It's evil, but we're too small to make a difference. Even if Max becomes a supreme wizard one day, he can still be killed if all of Bisteria's elders unite. Isabella looked Sylvester in his eyes at that moment. There was a raging confidence oozing from her being. Sylvester, when I become the queen, I will abolish slavery in my kingdom. Talking so much today yielded a great result. The Holy Father will be happy to hear this as well, he thought inside. They won't allow you, your vassals, Sylvester argued, already knowing what she would ask. Can you help me convince them? Sylvester bellowed in laughter. Ha ha ha, do I like to beat nobles? Absolutely. Do I hate slavery? Thoroughly. Am I going to help you? Certainly. Bam. Thank you. Suddenly, Isabella jumped in to hug Sylvester, wrapping her arms around his neck. You're the best friend I could ever hope for. What about me? Felix asked from the side. This time, Isabella extended one arm toward Felix and caught his neck too. Both of you, all of you, thank you for being my friends. Felix chuckled and patted the back of her head. Well, considering I'm the son of a Count of Gracia, I'm lawfully obliged to help you. Ah, by the way, Max, give me 100 gold graces later. Hearing those fool assassins to act as raiders was expensive. Isabella left the hug and looked at their scheming faces. Why you were behind it all? Sylvester shrugged. We secured everyone for free this way, and Felix, I took the gold you gave them after killing them, so don't worry. Excuse me. All 3 looked down at the 3 female and 2 child slaves. The women were crying, as their slave collars had not been removed yet. Hence, they were still slaves. What will happen to us, Master? Asked the mother of a 5-year-old. Whoosh! Sylvester moved abruptly as the light blade appeared in his hand. He moved so fast that the 3 women could only yelp and close their eyes. Please don't kill. Sylvester stepped back. You're free. Chapter 295. A Spy at Work. We're free, the women slaves asked. Sylvester knelt to their level as he understood the balance required between anger and compassion. Of course, as a man of faith, I abhor slavery, but it's the darkness of our world that can't be so easily vanquished. So, tell me now, do you have a home to go to? If not, then I would like to employ you in my food shop just outside the Holy Land beside the Gold Road. Are we going to be your slaves? Not at all. As I said before, I am freeing you. You can decide to work for me if you wish to do so. At the same time, you will be paid, and your children will be sent to a school inside the Holy Land later. As for you, young girl, you can earn and save money here before starting a new life elsewhere. You're still too young and ripe for exploitation by slavers or nobles. Since I live in the Holy Land, you 3 will be running my shop and living in that same building. In essence, you shall be living the coveted dream of being so close to the Holy Land. Sylvester explained to them. He could already smell that they didn't hold that many negative thoughts about him, so he wasn't that worried about it. But the problem was that he had to find them a different place to rest, as the plot of land he bought didn't have anything on it. He had to design a house and build it. But before he could even think about that, he had to go and save Zeke from death, as he only had 7 days. I hope Aurora can easily find out those cardinals' homes, Sylvester thought. What are we supposed to do in the shop, Master? The 14-year-old asked with a faint hint of fear in her voice. She didn't know her fate yet, and life had already taught her not to trust men through the worst kind of lesson. Sylvester smiled warmly. Don't call me master. You can call me big brother. As for the other 2 ladies, you may call me Lord Bard, as the rest of the world does. Please tell me your names before I tell you about your duties. I'm Gemma, and this is my 5-year-old son, Tommy. Gemma introduced herself. She had black hair, black eyes, pale skin, and a thin body. I'm Flora, and this is my 6-month-old son, Fenrir. My husband was a member of the Crusade, but sadly he passed away recently. Our village was then raided, and I couldn't pay my ransom. The second, dirty, blonde-haired, short woman explained. At last, black-haired, blue-eyed 14-year-old spoke. I'm Ava, and I was sold by my parents. We came from Sorrow Kingdom and didn't have anything to eat for 10 days. I also have 2 younger brothers. Please don't hate my parents. I agreed with their decisions. That was the only way to protect my little brothers. I really love them. Sylvester didn't know what to say to her. She was clearly a very strong girl, albeit a little scared now as she had seen the ugly side of the world. Worry not. You may work for me for 1 year, and the following year you can go wherever you want with all the money you will save, even back to your family. Now, coming back to work. I have developed a few new food items that are quick to cook and heavenly to eat. I will teach you to make them, and you will be cooking and selling them. There was a sudden silence for a long time after he finished speaking. The 3 women were looking at each other in confusion. Eventually, the youngest, Ava, asked, My lord, is that it? I thought we'd have to do hard labor such as farming or something. You only want us to cook. Sylvester laughed and further explained. Haha, that only sounds easy, Ava. Your job will be to run the establishment, which includes tasks such as preparing ingredients, cooking, cleaning, accounting the money, and at the end of the day, preparing for the next day. It will be a tough job, but at the end of the month I will be giving you bonuses according to the number of sales. I can do it, Gemma proclaimed. Flora also agreed. Me too. I used to work on farms before being captured. I just kept little Fenrir tied on my back. How hard can cooking be? "Oh, you poor women, I hope you're as strong as you think you are," Sylvester thought as he knew that soon their self-confidence was going to break. But he was hopeful of it as his plans were big for the establishment. He was going to streamline the preparation process like a modern fast food chain. His main target was not money or the restaurant's success but the crowd. Why? Well, he wanted to create an elaborate labyrinth under the house, from where he was planning on conducting his various activities, such as printing the books, experiments on Duke Demon's eyes, or perhaps experiments on himself. The big crowd would give him the perfect cover to do everything he needed and bring in whoever he wanted. No matter what raw materials he'd be able to get them openly, for the restaurant, of course. I hope people of this world like pizzas. Perhaps I can add French fries as well and maybe ice cream, along with the soda lemonade. It should be easy to make with ice elemental crystals, and all of it shall fall under my overall brand name, but perhaps this time I will add a mascot, Chonky. Sylvester silently made his plans while the ship moved into the Holy Land's harbor. They were granted entrance after a lengthy check was done by the dock managers, which alone took them a few hours. But thankfully, the kids were saved as church officials sent people from various orphanages. Unfortunately, out of a dozen or so kids, only 3 had knightly talent, while none had wizard skills. Still, the 3 got into a better orphanage, where their future was shining already. As for Sylvester, he had to first get the 3 women rooms in the Guild Peninsula. He appointed one of the men under his command to look after them while he dealt with Zeke's matter. But he had to go alone this time as he didn't trust anybody else's spying abilities. Though first, he had to meet Lady Aurora and Elian in the Inquisitor's camp. "Please tell me it's good news," he asked as soon as he entered Lady Aurora's tent. She smiled and put parchment in front of him before reporting what she knew about the 2 cardinals. "Here it is. Both of them are brothers, apparently, Cardinal Cone and Cardinal Kenny. Both of them are higher-level archwizards and hold a significant pull in the Holy Land. Other than being a member of the Supreme Council, Cardinal Cone is the head of Darkwatch Peninsula, which oversees exorcism, and Cardinal Kenny is the head of Industrial Peninsula, which houses all the core production facilities of the Holy Land. They have oversight and control over hundreds and thousands of clergymen, and yes, the bishop who Sir Zeke killed was an assistant of Cardinal Cone." Sylvester grunted at the information. It was the worst-case scenario for him. All his hope was Elian now. "Please tell me you found the woman." Sadly, the Tiger Beastkin's ears fell as he shook his head. "I have failed you, my lord. I couldn't find them, but I followed the woman's scent. She was bleeding, it appeared. And you may be delighted to know that my hunt ended once I arrived in front of a small private palace belonging to the Cardinal brothers." Sylvester took a seat by the table and silently looked at the letter. "Can you show me exactly where the palace is?" "It's at the northern edge of the Pope's Peninsula. All high-ranking clergy members have their private villas and palaces there," Lady Aurora revealed. Sylvester closed his eyes and tried to remember the area. I've been to a few cardinals' homes, and the most common theme among them was the abundant use of seawater in their fountains and pools. It'll be a mess if I were to enter their home using the court's permission. They could stall my search by a few hours at least, which would be enough to clear any evidence left in the worst case, kill the mother and child if they are still alive. Sylvester laid out the situation. Lady Aurora had been with Sylvester long enough to know there was something brewing in his scheming mind. "What's your plan? I can command a 10,000-strong Inquisitor army to come with you if you want." Sylvester smiled fondly at that suggestion. He had felt long ago how much loyalty Aurora had towards him. Unfortunately, though, he knew if someday she were to find out about his bloodline, everything might change. "No, I don't want to bring you into this, Aurora. You're a guardian of light and you must remain unbiased. As for me, I have a plan. Just know that I will be entering their home, and if you don't hear from me by tomorrow's sunset, bring forth the army and find me inside." He didn't command her, just advised. Lady Aurora merely sighed. "I know I can't change your mind, so go ahead. I will be on alert the whole time." "Thank you. I will treat you to a pizza later for this trouble." Sylvester got up to leave as he was already prepared. With that, he left the Inquisitor's camp and headed to the northernmost edge of the Pope's Peninsula. It was full of buildings but had the least population density. Hence, he had no problem being undetected. Although he was sneaking around, his entry approach was unlike a burglar. He didn't jump the wall, as that place could have a lot of runes to detect intruders. Instead, his goal was to enter from the sea. He assessed the landscape by walking around the castle from various angles to take a glance inside. "As far as I can see, the palace has a large water fountain in the backyard with many fish. But where is the entrance for water?" Eventually, he gave up looking for the entrance from the land and decided to dive into the seawater. "Chonky, I'm afraid I can't take you from the underwater route, so you probably know the way, right?" Sylvester said after taking off everything other than the tight pants and preparing to jump into the sea not far from the palace. Murad's body shuddered, but once he looked at the deep blue open sea, his heart nearly came to his mouth. "Why, yes, Makesy, this kitty shall fly again." Sylvester caught Murad in one hand and pulled his arm back to create momentum. "All right, 1, 2, 3, fly, my boy, fly." Whoosh! Malthafu Tilda. Chapter 296, Heathens in Disguise. Thud! Murad fell inside the small palace in the backyard on the green grass. His stubby little fluffy legs absorbed all the shock and left him unharmed. But at that instant, Murad's eyes had hearts in them as he remained standing in one place, flustered. BB Banana. Yes, it turns out that the palace's backyard had a few banana trees planted here and there, and currently they had ripe yellow bananas, ready for the taking of one fluffy boy. Puh! But Murad slapped himself with his paw to focus on the task at hand. "You can't do this to Makesy, Chonky. I must help him. He will give me more bananas later." So Murad started to look around to find any clues about the crimes. At the same time, Sylvester was looking for a way inside the palace from under the water. It was not too hard for him to stay underwater, as he could easily create an air bubble around his head with the help of air elemental magic. The only thing to worry about underwater was the depth and the pressure. So eventually, he found the entrance from where the water and fish were entering the castle. There were 2 points, one for entry and one for exit. Thankfully, there was no strong flow that stopped him from moving. The only obstacles were a few metal bars he dealt with easily and entered the property. The sizable deep fish fountain was truly deep, going more than 10 meters in depth. It was like a small lake in the backyard of the palace. So he went to the shore and stayed afloat there. The place was too big and there were no guards inside the palace, so he was clear to go. But first, he whistled at a high pitch and low volume. After a few minutes, Murad came running as he heard the signal. "Makesy, I looked everywhere and didn't smell or find the lady. The cardinal is not here either, but they are cooking food for someone," Murad reported. Sylvester stayed in the water. Then the cardinals must be returning soon. Let's wait here until then, Chonky." Murad nodded and sat near the edge beside Sylvester, but his head was constantly looking in a certain direction at a few particular trees. "Fine, go and get a few bananas secretly. I'm hungry too." Sylvester permitted him as there was nothing else to do. Sadly, they had no idea how long they'd have to wait. Soon, the sun had set and the night dawned over them. Sylvester remained in the water while looking around. Murad would go inside the palace every few hours and check. The cardinals did not return to the palace for some reason. Makesy Tilda. Just then an increasing call of Murrej came as the chubby cat ran up to Sylvester. "They are coming here. I heard they like to drink morning tea by the water. Quick, hide." Sylvester looked at the sky. "It's still an hour early until sunrise. I guess you heard the servants preparing breakfast for them. All right, let's wait." So he waited patiently until the sky started to turn bright again. And soon, the two cardinals came and took a seat in the backyard garden near the water. As for Sylvester, he remained in the water very close to the two cardinals and listened to them. "I hope you were able to meet the judge," Cardinal Cone said as he sipped some tea. "I did, but the man won't budge. I offered him 100,000 gold graces, but he refused and warned me not to interfere. That so-called bard has turned into a headache now," Cardinal Kenny replied annoyedly. Cardinal Cone chortled before speaking. "Ha, he is, but he has too many enemies right now. The poor boy chose the wrong time to arrive in the Holy Land. If it was a few decades ago, he could have had a smooth rise. Now so many eyes covet the throne. Regardless, I've taken care of things from my side. The judge won't find anything even if he gave the bard a month to investigate." "What did you do?" "Well, I was able to track down that woman and her cub. She was hiding in one of the monasteries of the Holy Land. I just returned from dealing with the two. As I speak, our men are heading north into the sea to throw their bodies out with stones tied to them. Soon, fish will eat them, and our troubles will be gone." Cardinal Cone replied with an evil smirk and a satisfied look. Cardinal Kenny also rested back in his seat after hearing that. "Thank goodness we found them before others, but we must warn our subordinates now. What that foolish bishop did could have destroyed our names and, in the worst case, get us removed from our positions." "You're right, my brother. Too many eyes are on us right now. Let's call them for a meeting here." "Agreed." Sylvester had moved away as soon as he heard that the woman and her child were being taken into the sea. So, after bringing Murrej a distance away, he took a few solarium crystals and minor health potions before writing something on paper. "Boy, take this to Aurora and put the paper on her table. Make sure she sees it without getting noticed." Murrej diligently put the paper in his mouth and nodded. With that, Sylvester again caught Murrej in hand and threw him just high enough to land on the other side of the boundary wall. Then he moved out of the palace and also headed north, but he knew swimming was useless for him as it didn't allow him to see far. So, he used light steps to climb into the air and run as well. In no time, he was able to see every single ship and boat nearby, and only one of them appeared to be going straight to the north for no apparent reason. It was too small to be a deep-sea fishing boat, and there was no major place to dock in the north. "I hope this is the one." He did his best to run as fast as he could. However, it took a lot of mental strength to precisely create a solidified light tile under his foot as he moved at a fast speed. The trick was to conserve the solarium as much as possible to last long. Eventually, he became fast enough to catch up to the boat. By that time, he could only notice a faint shadow of the Holy Land in the far distance. No, no, no. But as he was approaching the sky above the boat, he noticed a few men on board throwing a metal box into the sea. A chain was tied to the box with a boulder at the end. In an instant, the box also disappeared into the deep blue sea. Having no option, Sylvester let himself fall. Not just fall, but he used wind elemental magic on his feet to propel himself faster. At the same time, he created a cone in front of his head, made of solidified light magic. Its job was to reduce air resistance and make him something akin to a missile. But his target was not the sea. Boom! Abruptly, he fell onto the small boat's deck like a shooting star, ready to blast everything to smithereens. The men on the boat only noticed a faint shadow and a deafening roar. By the time they could even react, a hole had formed in the middle of their craft, violently leaking water and drowning them. And Sylvester was inside the seawater, diving deeper and deeper to catch onto the sinking box with the dead bodies. He could see the increasing darkness around him as the sunlight became rare. He didn't want to let the box fall too deep, as he had read in the geography books about the deep-sea horrors of this world. Ignoring the giant sea serpents with no eyes, the mere fact that the ocean's depth went as deep as 20,000 meters, and this was just the usual depth and not the deepest part. Ayig. He pushed his body to the limit to force himself deeper into the sea. Whoosh! What was that? He suddenly felt something touch his body. It was long, like a snake, and as thick as 3 feet. It brushed past his naked back for a good 3 seconds fast. As he had guessed, the deep sea was full of horrors he didn't want to ever imagine. So, as always, when in time of danger, he did what he knew, he sang. The hymn lasted only under his breath, but the halo appeared effortlessly as it was just light, lighting up the back of his head. Sylvester focused on the sinking box and pushed himself. Eventually, he reached it and used his right fist to cut the chain. SHHH. Thankfully, it appeared the box had an air pocket inside it and instantly started rising toward the surface. With Sylvester under it, holding the cut chain, he took a calming look around as he was soon going to run out of breath as the air bubbles couldn't work so deep underwater. Eventually, he saw the light from the sky increasing, and the pleasant, colorful fishes came into view. He never saw or felt the snake-like creature again, thankfully. Boom! In the end, he pushed the container onto the sinking boat and jumped over. The people in it were still trying to get rid of the water and fix the sinking hole. "All right, the game's over," Sylvester announced and mercilessly moved with his light blades on the fist. With precision, he made cuts to the throats of 4 of the 5 men. Only one was left to answer some questions. But before that, Sylvester lifted one of the dead bodies and pushed it into the hole he made in the boat's hull. Once it got stuck, the boat was officially repaired with a dead body. "You, if you wish to live, start throwing out the water," Sylvester ordered the last remaining sailor. Then he focused on the metal container. It was time to check it and ensure the bodies were inside it. Bam, bam, bam. "Please help. They're alive." Sylvester rushed like a madman as he heard the faint voice. Without wasting a moment, he used his monstrous strength to rip apart the lock on it. Then, he opened the lid to look inside. "Don't worry, I will salve." Yet his words of assurity only turned to silence as the horrors he saw inside the box. It didn't make sense, but it was there. Please, my son." Inside the box, a woman was sitting with her knees folded near her chest. She was holding her young son, probably 5, above her head. Meanwhile, the container was half filled with some liquid, but it was all red like blood. The woman seemed to have lost most of her face and body skin, and even her bones were visible. It was as if someone had burnt her intensely. Sylvester quickly caught the little boy with multiple burn wounds and put him at the side as he was unconscious. Sylvester stared at the last sailor of the boat. "What did you do to them?" Seeing his shining golden eyes and anger, the man confessed. I was ordered to dissolve their bodies in acid and leave no clue. Please ID." Silence. Chapter 297, Sylvester's Offer. Sylvester had done it before to his spy enemies. Dissolving a body with low pH value acids, such as hydrochloric acid, was the easiest and the cleanest way to get rid of a body. But if the acid is not strong enough, it could lead to anything but death. So the fact that the woman was sitting in the acid silently meant that she had already screamed all she could. She had cried all she could and had already suffered through all the pain she could. Now, her flesh had been melted off, and the pain receptors were damaged. Or perhaps she was in such a shock that the pain wasn't even registering in her mind. "You inhuman pests! Why do such to a completely innocent person?" Sylvester quickly punched a few holes in the bottom of the metal container to let the acid flush out. Then, he used water manipulation to pour a soft stream of water all over her body in order to remove any remaining acid that may still be on her. All the while, she didn't react and just kept staring at the sea, at nothingness. Once Sylvester was done with cleaning, he took out some healing potions. One vial he force-fed her, and 2 vials he evenly put on her wounds. It was less effective on flesh wounds but could definitely save her. After that, he focused on the little kid. Every single time, a mother protects her child with her life. Sylvester muttered once he began to clean the boy's wounds. He was reminded of the moment he had found little Shane's body that time, under the burning rubble, in the melted arms of his mother. He handed first aid to both of them but lacked clean bandages to cover their wounds. Thankfully, with the advent of advanced magical healing, flesh wounds were nothing to worry about. So the woman was going to get healed physically, though the scars of her mind would probably be hard to heal. Still, he took the woman out of the metal container, laid her down on a torn sail, and covered her body. He also put the boy beside her and told her the situation to ease her subconscious mind. "Don't worry, sister. I am Sylvester Maximilian, God's favored. You will be healed soon, and the heathens who harmed you shall lose their neck. Don't worry. Your son is also fine, just mentally exhausted. You're a strong woman." Sylvester didn't disturb her anymore and focused on the leftover sailor. First, he walked over to him and put one palm on his shoulder. Then, in one smooth move, he pushed him down with enough strength to shatter his weak kneecaps. "Alarg my lord, mercy." Sylvester looked into his eyes with utter indifference. "You shall have mercy if you sing the song I demand. Tell me everything about the 2 cardinals. Why was this woman targeted, and has this ever happened before?" "This? Yes, my lord B, but I can't say or they will kill me." Bam! Alia. Sylvester showed no mercy and used a light blade to cut a chunk of the man's ear. "I know not your name, nor do I care who you bark for. This sea shall witness your end if you do not answer me." It's a service," the sailor shouted. "Cardinal Cone and Kenny need money, a lot of it recently. So they try to lure poor pilgrims, be it a man, woman, or child, into serving some clients in various ways. There are a lot of clergymen in the Holy Land who want the pleasure of women, men, and some. In return, the cardinals get paid handsomely." "Has this ever happened before, you throwing the bodies here?" Sylvester questioned. "Why, yes, my lord. I've seen it happen 5 times in the past, once with a young girl, 3 times with a woman, and then with a man. All get thrown down with a stone tied, but in a box like this, never." Sylvester smelled no lies, so he continued. "Are there other groups like yours? How many of you are there?" "Hundreds, I reckon, but I'm not sure as we can't meet everyone. Various teams focus on luring, subjugating, and then supplying them to various people. I am part of the group that deals with the last step, erasure. We only target the poorest of the poorest." Sylvester clenched his fist and tried his best not to hit the man and kill him. "I am by no means a saint, but what I do is so I can achieve peace and power to bring peace. While they sin for pleasure, to entertain themselves, and play with the lives of such innocent children. If you want to live, you better say all this in front of the judge. Remember, I am your best way of survival. The closer you stick to me, the higher your chances of survival," Sylvester coldly warned him. The man clapped his hands and prayed. "I will forever be grateful for your mercy, my lord. I am Maeve." "I do not wish to know your name." Sylvester interrupted him and moved away. He looked towards the Holy Land and waited for Aurora to arrive. He kept staring while his mind raged with a lot of thoughts. Such a huge underground operation was happening, and nobody did anything about it. They must have a lot of high-ranking clients for it to be ignored for so long, and the Pope did nothing. Is he just incompetent or simply ignoring the problem as he already has enough headaches? He walked to the boat's edge and looked at the blue water. He could see his half-naked body in it, But then he noticed something. What in the God's name is this? He looked at his stomach and noticed a huge, long, horizontal redness on his chest, as if something brushed past his body and his skin reacted with it. Was it due to that creature? What was it? Sylvester, in silence, looked at the mysterious deep water, a part of the world more mysterious than what was on the land. He wasn't scared of anything, nor was he a wuss, but for a fact, he had learned in School of Dawn that there existed some horrifying creatures in the sea. From hydra to sea dragons, from Maneater giant squids to 100-meter-long eel. Not to mention, some massive sharks and whales could swallow an entire three-mast ship like it was a pebble. Of course, such creatures don't come near the shore, but looking at the water was still somewhat unsettling. I wonder if a supreme wizard also fears the sea. They're like gods on earth, after all. Hey, Sylvester. Max. Meow. That. Sylvester held his laughter as he saw many heads turn on the incoming ship, looking for the cat that had snuck on the ship. But sadly, Chonky was the sneaky boy, and no one could defeat him. Thud. Lady Aurora leapt from her ship when it was 100 meters away and landed beside Sylvester. She noticed the bloody carnage of chopped-up bodies, one alive scared man, and the woman with her child on the deck. What's the status? Worse than you can imagine. The Cardinals are involved, and this isn't their first victim. Let's return to the Holy Land. I will brief you all along the way. I'm afraid I will have to speak to the Holy Father directly about this. Sylvester waited until the main ship arrived. It belonged to the Inquisitors, so a lot of help was readily available. The woman and her child were quickly given essential treatment, and for the rest of their time in the Holy Land, they would be kept inside the Inquisitor camp, in Lady Aurora's tent, which was one of the most secure spots. On the way back, he told Aurora, Felix, Gabriel, Sir Dalaran, and Elian about what had occurred. It enraged them, but Sylvester calmed them down as the task was merely half done, because a big purge was incoming, and it was going to cleanse the Holy Land. Keep all three of them in front of your eyes at all times. Remember, if they die, all this will be for nothing, Sylvester ordered his friends. Sir Dalaran and Lady Aurora quickly appointed their most loyal soldiers for security and created an encirclement around the protected area. After all, nobody knew if there were Inquisitors involved in the dealings too. Before taking a horse to the Pope's palace, Sylvester fixed his clergyman robes, cleaned his face, and combed his hair first. He was tired as he'd been exerting his body for more than 20 hours now, but the prospect of what was about to happen was too exciting. If the Pope is truly a man who wants the best for the Holy Land and me, then he has to agree with me, as the prospect of my success outweighs doing nothing. He muttered to himself and arrived at the giant ethereal palace. Chonky, do not mess around no matter what. Sit on my shoulder and breathe slowly, he ordered Chonky before entering the palace. Aye, Makesy, but what's the plan? You'll know soon, Sylvester replied and arrived outside the Pope's office. Thankfully, he was given instant permission to enter as the old man was in there. They had not met each other since the Pope cried in front of Sylvester in that shack. It must have been very embarrassing, Sylvester reckoned. May the holy light enlighten us, Sylvester saluted stiffly. But the Pope was not in front of him on the chair, so he turned left and noticed he was standing in front of a painting. Son, come here and tell me what you think about this. A famous cardinal made this painting in the past. It depicts the murder of Pope Jarl Desmond by those heathens in the Bisteria, the moment that started the 1,000-Year War. Sylvester stood beside the Pope, proudly, as he was nearly the same height now. Honestly, it means nothing to me. What? Sylvester elaborated. This happened 1,000 years ago, and I live in the present. What was the reality of that time is our history. What I do today will decide my tomorrow. I want peace, and I shall have it one day. No matter what, I won't let my will sway. So this story is inspiring, but it's a mark of shame in my eyes, the mark of our loss, the lowest point of the faith. Hence, rather than romanticizing, I'd look at it as a reminder of what must be done, a reminder of the war that any time can begin. The Pope looked at Sylvester with shining eyes. He was, of course, proud, so he patted his shoulder. Son, you give me the strength and hope that if I can't, then you shall truly end the mindless war for good. Now tell me, why did you come here? Is this for your subordinate knight? Sylvester smiled schemingly and showed a parchment holder, but he didn't hand it over first. Your Holiness, as you said that day in Seoul Peninsula, you are worried about the Masan and Bisteria, so you can't focus on the cancer brewing within our blessed home. That is correct. Sylvester continued. What if I offered you majority control of the Supreme Council of 32? The Pope was speechless for a moment. I can't see how you can do it without causing a mutiny. Oh, but mutiny has already begun. Please read this. Sylvester let him read while he nervously awaited a decision. Come on, just agree to it, old man. Let me place my guys on the council too. Let me taste that sweet honey of that special authority. Chapter 298, Pope's Regrets. Sylvester waited for the Pope to read the whole report that he had written. It had everything in it, from the moment he learned about the crime to the recent findings and how he spied on the two cardinals. He kept a keen eye and nose on the Pope. Good, the anger is building up along with disgust, hate, sadness, and doubt. Come on, old man, you can do it. I understand you're more of a politician, but you need not be scared of a few fools. Sylvester had tried his best to understand the Pope all this time. Initially, he saw him as a good man and then as an evil man. But eventually, he concluded that the Pope was neither because he was a politician. A politician who wanted to do good but had to get his hands painted red in blood on that path. The Pope was not just the head of religion, but also a keeper of peace. So, the old man had to ensure that he did not go overboard and anger so many sides that they'd come after him. After all, if the entire Saul and southern continents came together, they could undoubtedly gather 20 or 30 grand wizards necessary to kill a supreme wizard. Not to mention, if the Pope messes up and starts a commoner uprising and makes people lose their faith, then that would be the end of the Church. So, considering all that, he could feel that the Pope's job was not very easy. However, for now, he wished to use the Pope's shoulder to shoot his arrows and remove as many problems as possible, so he won't have to deal with them once he takes the throne, which he shall no matter what. This is madness. They were running a forced prostitution and slavery business at such a level. I tolerated it for long enough, thinking it wasn't such a widespread problem. Sylvester quickly interrupted him. Your Holiness, if you don't mind me asking, shouldn't you already know all this? After all, how can the master of the Holy Land, the head of the faith of Solis, not know what's in his own backyard? Perhaps your subordinates lapsed. For a few seconds, there was silence in the office. The anger only kept rising, and eventually the old man slammed his fist on the table. Boom! This is beyond incompetence. Cardinal Roman Vas Zenem kept such information from me, the Pope boomed in anger. Then all of a sudden, the Pope put his palm on a rectangular metal sheet on the left side of his table. In an instant, the metal sheet lit up with blue runes and the Pope ordered, Call Zenem in, urgently. Sylvester didn't say a word and prepared himself to watch the show. He wanted to see Saint Cyr's exact reaction when getting scolded by the Pope. If the saint showed any adverse reaction, then that would clear everything up, that he was on the rival faction. It didn't take long for Saint Cyr to come, as only Saint Medico and Saint Cyr had different office buildings. Saint Cyr, Saint Scepter, Inquisitor High Lord, and Saint Keymaster had their offices in the Pope's palace due to the immediate need for them by the Pope at any time. Your Holiness, you asked for me. What is this? The Pope threw the file Sylvester had brought towards the saint. You dare hide all this from me. You're the greatest spy master we've ever had, so don't say you didn't know. On the contrary, it's your duty to know all this." Saint Cyr read the whole document. He quickly recognized it to be Sylvester's writing. But when he read the content, his face turned a bit paler. Sylvester was keenly watching it all and smelled a whole range of emotions. There is only fear and no anger. The anxiety is also rising. Your Holiness, I didn't tell you because your hands were already full in dealing with the Masan Empire and the Bysteria's war between elves and dragons. I felt I should report once I find something highly incriminating. Saint Cyr replied, accepting his intentions immediately, which didn't reek of lies. But the Pope was not happy at all. This isn't incriminating enough. This is but, I just found out that the Bard has obtained such evidence, witnesses even and confessions. With this, we can deal with them for good. Saint Cyr replied, accepting everything. But Sylvester was not done. He knew he was in a situation much more favorable to himself, so he decided to push for more. "Respected Saint Cyr, if you don't mind me asking, what else have you kept to yourself from the man who should know everything? I hope you haven't been doing it for a long time." The Pope was visibly angry as the age lines on his forehead creased. "Speak, Saint. What else have you kept from me? Do not mind the Bard, just speak." Saint Cyr was definitely cursing Sylvester under his breath, but he also saw Sylvester's eyes and knew he had fallen into the trap, so there was no escaping but speaking. "Why, Your Holiness, perhaps this is not the best time." "Speak." The Pope gave him no space to breathe, so he had to open his mouth. I sent a few assassins into Masan to kill as many princes and princesses as possible to create distrust among each other." "What else? Tell me everything," the Pope nudged. I deliberately derailed the peace talks between the 4 warring kingdoms of the central continent in the south, to ensure none of them have the ownership of the Soul Tree in the middle of their continent. The Pope wasn't angry, as he could see the benefits of doing all that. But the fact that he was kept in the dark and his spymaster had gone somewhat rogue was annoying. "Continue speaking." Just like that, Saint Cyr revealed everything he did without telling the Pope. But at last, the man's tongue seemed to have rolled back into his throat as he glanced at Sylvester. "Your Holiness, it's better if he does not hear this." The Pope glanced at Sylvester, and instantly his heartbeat increased. The Pope was no fool and guessed it already. Thud. The Pope fell into his chair. "No, you didn't tell me you didn't. You can't be such a fool." Saint Cyr visibly shuddered as he started speaking. As we all know, Lord Bard is bound for greatness, especially after his achievements. So powerful at such a young age that he might as well become the youngest and the strongest pope in history. So, I wish to ensure that he has no distractions or weaknesses. So, I orchestrated an event to kill Mo. "Enough," the Pope boomed. "You have shamed me and stripped me of all my dignity. After a century of being allies and working together, you reward me like this, killing the mother of my protege." This was the first time Sylvester had seen Saint Cyr show such emotions, but he was more amazed by the Pope's words. So I was right about this. Even Saint Cyr wanted nothing but good for my future, but in his twisted ways." Sylvester acted distraught and walked over to the window and opened it to take a calming breath. Then he turned around and spoke to the Pope sternly. "I expected that much, but Your Holiness, am I allowed to proceed with the plan I suggested?" The Pope appeared visibly ashamed as he couldn't look Sylvester in the eyes. "Yes, you can proceed. You have the support of the Inquisitors, so use them. I shall appoint a special judge to the case so instant judgment can be passed. Do not leave a single sinner alive. You have my permission." Sylvester saluted formally. "May the holy light enlighten us." Then Sylvester silently left, not sharing a glance with anyone. He gently closed the door and walked out of the Pope's palace. But inside the room, the words escalated. Bam! The Pope punched Saint Cyr in the face. "You have no idea of the damage you have caused me. That child will not see me as the same anymore. Just a few days ago, I asked him to take care of his mother, for families are worth cherishing. But it was us trying to kill his family the whole time. O Solis, I have sinned. My old man would have been so disappointed in me." Saint Cyr was also ashamed and kept his head low. "Your Holiness, the blame is on me. I just hope to tie him to the church even further like we did with the Shadow Knight's instance." The Pope sat back again and took a long, exhausted breath. "I regret doing that. I regret it enough that I wish I could kill myself for my actions." Saint Cyr frowned and worriedly got closer to the table. What happened? "Solarium blockage, that's what we caused to his body. That's what fighting the Shadow Knight did to him. Since then, he's been in constant pain, having to rip open his own leg every time to clean the wound. We caused it." Saint Cyr's tongue got dried, and he got stuck on words. But how can that be? Saint Scepter was responsible for scaring the Shadow Knight away whenever the bard was under attack. Don't bring him into this. We were wrong. We sinned against the child blessed by Solis Roman. Only eternal misery awaits us after we die. Even the Lord Inquisitor has lost respect for us. I shouldn't have sanctioned you the last time. How could I do this to a little child who grew up playing on my lap? I've sinned and sullied his faith in me." The Pope appeared distraught and held his head between his palms. In all essence, he felt like a failed man. He brought peace, but now the thirst for it to last long was costing him too much. If one day Sylvester decides to leave the faith, it will be on us. We failed to make this his home. Instead, we tried to kill his only family. Saint Cyr loved the Holy Father like any child of Solis. He couldn't see the old man in such self-loathing. "It was my mistake, Holy Father. I sinned, not you punish me." But the Pope shook his head. "Son, I am the head of the faith, the Church. Your actions are mine, and your mistakes are also mine. You did it without asking me, but you still represent me. Your Holiness, I do. Leave Saint Cyr. Let me be at peace and think about how to appease his anger. Report everything to me from now on. I hope that's not too much to ask." Saint Cyr stood up and saluted. This time, however, his shoulders seemed slumped. His confidence in himself was lost as he realized how high would be his blunder's cost. The Pope, alone in his room, talked to a miniature portrait on the table. "Forgive me, old man. It's only been a few days and I've already disappointed you in my quest for calm. I let the situation slide off my palm. He will never trust us again." Outside the palace. Whoosh! Thud! Mirage fell onto Sylvester's shoulder from a great height. "He didn't find me this time, Maxie. Keeping the window open worked." "What happened there?" "Our Popo is sulking. He's very sad. That Baldy was sad too, but for making Popo sad. Maxie, will you let that Baldy go now?" Sylvester made his way away from the garden outside Pope's palace. "He's a loose cannon. So, Chonky, remember this. Once is a mistake, twice is a decision." "What about thrice?" Mirage asked excitedly. "A painful death." Chapter 299, The Purge Within. Sylvester got on his horse and headed towards the Inquisitor's camp. Though on his way, his mind went into an overdrive of thoughts. Thankfully, Frost, the horse, was an intelligent boy and knew the path. After doing this, I should not have to worry about a rogue Saint Cyr. I can rest slightly easier for Mum now. As for the Pope, this is even better. The more guilty he feels, the more he will have to do to appease me. This means more olive branches, which I really need right now. Of course, Sylvester planned things to turn to his advantage if he was taking a risk big enough to expose Saint Cyr. But he had to do it quickly, as he didn't want to take any chances with Xavia's life. As long as this investigation does well, I should be able to get at least 2 seats in the Supreme Council. But sadly, out of 32, a big 20 had rejected me. so I will either have to kill them or intimidate them. Makesy, we're here. Muraj notified Sylvester as the fluffy boy steered the horse near the Inquisitor camp. Sylvester quickly got off and walked straight in. He didn't waste any time talking with the sentries at the entrance, nor did he smile much. Instead, he let the people know that something serious was happening. Without any resistance, he arrived outside Lord Inquisitor's spot and asked the guards outside to announce his arrival as per the protocol. After that, he entered and saluted the two overpowered entities. May the holy light enlighten us, Lord Inquisitor and Lord Second. Bloodrain was there too, and Sylvester had asked Aurora to find the man and bring him. Why? Well, he reckoned that having another guardian who hated corruption and heresy as much as Inquisitor High Lord could help a lot to win brownie points. After all, he was going to arrest two cardinals, and he knew that the two men had a lot of clout. So the best way to avoid confrontation was to break the other's will to fight. After all, no sane man would see both Lord Inquisitor and Bloodrain side by side and decide to raise his sword. Aurora briefed us about what transpired. Did you meet the Holy Father, young Bard? Lord Inquisitor questioned him. I did, and he has given me complete freedom to arrest the two cardinals and get them to speak out all the names that were either involved with them or those they served. Holy Father has also ordered a special judge to be assigned to us, so he may pass quick judgment and put the heathens on death row. Sylvester briefed everyone. Bloodrain's visor appeared to start bleeding once again from the eyes. Sylvester also smelled the scent of utter sadness. Of course, Bloodrain was known for this, the man who cries tears of blood for the sins of others. Right inside the House of Solis, from the men supposed to be the purest, such blasphemy, such audacity, Bloodrain committed. Inquisitor High Lord agreed. Let today be a lesson for the generations to come in the Holy Land. To sin while chanting the name of the Lord is a mistake that shall never be ignored. Let their blood write the letter of their apology today, for in public their heads will decay. Hands call for the song of Inquisition. Today the purge shall begin from within. Orders were given, and folks started to move. The Inquisitors were already prepared for urgent departure. Soon the judge also arrived, and it was none other than one old man who believed in Sylvester before anybody else. Old Man Noah, you're the judge. Sylvester gave the man a good hug. Archbishop Noah was a religious scholar among the best of the best and wise. It's good to see you again, God's favored. I am a well-known scholar after all, so I also know all the religious laws, Archbishop warmly said. Sylvester honestly liked the man as he helped him initially with the whole vision thing. It's good that you're coming with us. We are surely going to need to judge a lot of heathens within. Marching through the heathen land. We are the mighty Lord's men. Second son and orphans, men of such brand. We sing to the Lord, all say amen. Just then, the marching song of the Inquisitors began echoing. The long, 10,000-man-strong army of Inquisitors kicked the ground together to create an epic blood-pumping rhythm. Sylvester quickened his pace, walked to the front, and helped Archbishop Noah sit inside the Inquisitor High Lord's carriage. Then he mounted his horse and started moving. Beside him were Bloodrain, Lady Aurora, Elian, Bishop Lazark, and Felix. Unfortunately, Gabriel didn't come as he was supposed to lead a small team to keep an eye on the cardinal's palace. Thud, thud. The clergyman on the way moved aside, and the pilgrims immediately kneeled and started praying, chanting some hymn. The marching army soon made its way into the district reserved for the high clergymen. As the Inquisitors had already been briefed, they quickly surrounded the castle from all directions. Heck, even ships had been brought to cover from the seaside. Sylvester was in the lead as the Pope permitted him, so nobody tried to come in his way. He trotted his horse closer to the palace's gates and ordered the sentries to open it. By the order of His Holiness, We are here to arrest Cardinal Cone and Cardinal Kenny for the heresy of the highest order. Therefore, open the gates or be considered in cahoots with them." The sentries only had to take one look at Bloodrain to start moving. They instantly started sweating and clumsily ran around to open the palace gates. Sylvester marched in with a small unit of 100 inquisitors, with Lord Inquisitors and Bloodrain walking behind him, towering over him easily. Beside him was Lady Aurora, meanwhile. It was madness as 3 guardians of light surrounded him. Luckily, seeing the firepower of Sylvester's side, nobody dared to raise their weapons and attack Sylvester, so they easily arrived at the palace's interior. Of course, since the Cardinal brothers were proud of themselves as they were higher clergymen, they didn't run away and instead confronted the crowd in their house. "What is the meaning of this?" Cardinal Cone roared. "This is disrespectful and uncalled for. How can you enter the premise of a car?" Sylvester raised his hand and stopped them. "You two are under arrest for high heresy, for kidnapping poor pilgrims and selling them as slaves or forcing them into prostitution. Surrender yourselves, or you'll be made too." Lady Aurora didn't waste time, though. She knew that they were going to try and fight, so she walked closer to them. Bam! Bam! She punched both of them in the face, letting them fall unconscious. There, problem solved. No need to hear their blabbering. Sylvester had nothing to say. "Let's take them to the Inquisitor's camp. We shall interrogate them there and get them to speak. But first, let's search the palace thoroughly. It's best if we can find some money stashed here." Soon, the entire palace was swarmed with Inquisitors, searching every nook and cranny of the building. Everything they could knock on, they did. Everything they could topple, they did. But even after an hour, they found nothing. However, it was impossible that there was nothing. Nobody has a cheat like Murrej with them as their personal bank. Sylvester was also searching around and trying to notice anything unusual. Eventually, he went to the backyard garden and looked at the palace from a distance, and that's where he noticed. "Wait a minute, why is there an extra pillar?" He returned to the building and created a rune combining air and earth to throw a projectile at the pillar. Boom! Ting! Ting! I can hear it. Sylvester didn't even need to have the dust cleared to see what it was, the clanking of metallic things. Ting! "So much gold," Felix exclaimed as he arrived. The pillar in question was about 15 meters high and 2 meters in diameter. It was entirely filled with gold coins, artifacts, or anything that could be made of gold. "Try the same with other pillars," Sylvester ordered. Sadly, they only ended up destroying the palace and nothing else was found. But still, from a single pillar, they had received nearly 1,000,000 gold coins. It was an astronomical amount that only a few higher nobles could muster together in normal cases. So a clergyman having it was more serious since they don't really hold vast lands or businesses. How much slavery, how many sins the 2 cardinals had committed, it was already terrifying to think. But it was Sylvester's job to make them speak. Soon night shrouded the sky in darkness. But the Inquisitor camp was full of energy as the screams of the 2 cardinals resonated with the songs many Inquisitors sang. For them, it was a night of the feast, for they purged the evil. To an Inquisitor, it was a good day. At the same time, inside a concrete building meant to hold prisoners, the 2 cardinals were chained, naked in different cells. Their arms and legs were held apart, while their heads were shaved completely. By now, their bodies contained many wounds, some bleeding and some bruises. "We didn't do anything. Why are you doing this to us?" They were repeating the same words. Sylvester sighed and looked at the butcher beside him. "Chop his cock." "Understood, my lord." No mercy, no second thoughts. This was not even a percentage of the brutality the Inquisitors could cause. Slash. Alarg fuck you fucking fuck. Bam. Sylvester kicked him in the missing, bleeding groin. "Speak, or I will chop the balls too. How about I feed them to your brother?" "No, you won't say anything. Fine, I will feed it to him." "Butcher, cut them." "Aye, my lord." "Fuck, stay away." Cardinal Cone tried to fight back, but he was tightly kept locked. Slash. Ag. This time there was just pain. No more words were spoken. Sylvester knew he wouldn't get anything from the man anytime soon. So he picked the chopped cock and balls with a cloth and walked into the adjacent chamber where Cardinal Kenny was kept. The screams had reached him as he looked terrified. Sylvester then placed the chopped materials in front of the man. If only he had opened his mouth earlier, he could have kept these. But sadly, since he spoke first, "You'll be killed instantly." "What? No, I can tell you more. I swear I know more than him. He has his personal secret stash and client list too. Please hear me out." But Sylvester only kept his spear ready and brought it near the man's throat. "Any last words?" "Cardinal Felon, Cardinal McCarthy, and Cardinal Bitwit are also involved in this. I swear I can tell you more. There are in total 920 members in our organization, including the lowest level. What did my brother tell you? I can tell you more." Sylvester didn't move the spear. "Then keep talking. Any name that appears in your mind, I want them all. If any of them mismatch your brother's, I will stab." "Yes, Archbishop Walker, Archbishop Uric." As everyone had guessed, a purge was coming, and finally it had arrived. 8 cardinals, 26 archbishops, 69 bishops, 500 archpriests, and many more priests. The list was made and arrests were not delayed. But this time no pyre was set, for they were heathens. So instead, they were to get publicly executed and shamed like a demon. And one name was ensured to echo throughout the Holy Land: the Bard of the Lord, Sylvester Maximilian. Chapter 300, Pope's Salvation. Boom! Boom! Drums echoed in the large arena on the Guild Peninsula. Although it was currently the time for martial tourney, the yearly competition, today it was booked for mass execution. A total of 946 men were involved in the mass scandal. The news didn't take too long to spread everywhere, and since the surviving mother and son gave their testimony and the money was recovered, the guilt was proven beyond any doubt. The judge, Archbishop Noah, didn't even have to look at the names. He simply signed at the end of the long parchment with the names of all the accused. On top of the nearly 1 million collected from Cardinal Cone and Kenny, almost 2 million graces in the form of coins and bricks were recovered from various other places. In total, the money was enough to feed a town of 10,000 for more than a decade, and all this money was earned from human trafficking. But sadly, not all of the cardinals among the 8 who got caught were members of the Supreme Council. Only 4 of them were, but still, that made Sylvester happy. And now, multiple rows and columns of stone blocks were placed in the open field of the arena. On each stone block was resting a neck belonging to the heathens, and to each of them was assigned a knight with a sharp sword, ready to fall and end the heresy. But Sylvester had to announce to the people what had transpired first, as the stadium was partially filled with people. So, while standing in front of the Pope and many more top clergymen, Sylvester spoke through a cone-like device which had air runes in it to amplify the voice. "May the holy light enlighten us." That's what we all say to each other, but these men you see did the opposite. With the greetings of the Lord on their tongue, they hid daggers behind their backs and harmed men and women, old or young. They sinned by forcing the poor and vulnerable pilgrims into slavery or prostitution. Even the children were not safe and got exploited. All for money, the sin of greed. They fell further than any in their thirst to succeed. But no more. No heresy shall be tolerated. Today, history will be created. Cardinals, archbishops, bishops, and many more shall be beheaded. Sylvester then sang a hymn to solidify his image in the minds of everyone. After all, It wasn't just the crowd of commoners in the seats, but also many essential clergy members. Not to mention, behind him standing were the Pope, Sanctum Council, Supreme Council, and many guardians of light. The whole decision-making body was there. And Sylvester wished for this to be a subtle message to them that messing with him would never end well. Pick any incident in history, from the mentor bishop in the school to these two cardinals who voted against him. All eventually fell on the chopping block or were burned. For any smart one out there, the message should be clear as a day. But Sylvester had to let the dumb ones know, too, as they were the most prone to mess with him. O solis the light the Lord. To you pleads this young bard. These heathens have committed a sin. Only you know when and how they begin. For their sins have accumulated enough. Please ensure your light remains tough. For your tolerance they tried to scuff. Please ensure in your fire their souls engulf. Sylvester bowed his head towards the sun, and then gave the nod to the chief executioner, standing on a stage with a bell in his hand. The signal was given, and the swords were ready. Ting! 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 The butcher rang the bell many times. Instantly, a lot of cries and pleadings took over the arena. Some even screamed and tried to stand up, but they received a kick on the back before the blade plunged into their necks. Slash! Slash! Almost at the same time, all blades were swung and painted the arena's ground red. The heads rolled left and right, and a few bodies twitched for a few seconds. It was mind-numbing to watch, but necessary to be seen, for it was a warning to those who speak the Lord's name to demean. Slowly, the blood spread around and felt like a sea of blood. The people in the spectator seats shouted, some in gasps and some in cheer. However, the spectacle was not over. The whole point of beheading was denying the sinners a proper death. Hence, there was no need for a pyre either. Sylvester looked back. Respected Lord Inquisitor, please burn these heathens to ashes so their flesh may not sully our land anymore. Inquisitor High Lord walked forward, reeking of rage as ever. His tall, mighty body and the staff made a scary mix of sounds. Thud. Then, just once, the Inquisitor High Lord tapped his staff on the ground. Instantly, the earth started to shake slightly, just enough to register as a vibration. Whoosh! Whoosh! And then something crazy occurred. Out of the ground came hundreds of vertical streams of fire, so strong and fast that it seemed a gas pipeline was underneath. It burnt the bodies of all the dead, including the skulls, very fast. In no time, the constant fiery streams of fire became as tall as 10 meters and turned everything into ash. Even the blood spilt on the sand got cleaned, leaving behind just a few dark spots as a remnant of the justice that was exacted that day. With that, Sylvester walked to the side, where a woman was sitting in a wheelchair with her entire body covered in bandages. There was also a little boy beside her, wrapped in fewer bandages. Sylvester knelt on one knee in front of the woman and passed on a big silk pouch full of gold coins. I know this will never heal the scars of the mind. The experience you went through will haunt you for the rest of your life. It will wake you up at night and leave you short of breath. But please know this, those men are not what we stand for. Those men were heathens, and they received a heathen's end. Still, we apologize for what occurred and hope you can accompany me to the famed Magna Sanctum on the Golden Peninsula. I will show you the whole temple myself from within. The Holy Father has agreed to accompany us too. Sylvester spoke in a voice as warm as possible. He honestly didn't have to do anything, but he had purposefully left the amplifier cone close to him. So, whatever he said reached the ears of all the spectators, far and wide. Sylvester was, after all, fighting a war of propaganda at this stage, and the more people saw him positively, the better for him. The woman nodded her head only since she couldn't speak, but the little 5-year-old boy was very active, although still scared from the trauma. So the boy asked him questions that normal children do. Big brother, is the Mamma Sanctus made of gold? You mean Magna Sanctum. Indeed, it's mostly made of gold and some other naturally formed golden material. Come, I shall take you there immediately. Sylvester proposed and stood behind the woman's wheelchair to push it ahead. But as he turned around and started leaving the arena, something magnificent happened. Tapu. Whoosh. Initially, it started with just a few taps and claps. But soon, the entire crowd in the arena, all the commoners, started cheering and clapping extensively, creating what seemed like the sound of rainfall. They screamed, they cried, and they sang the holy hymns of Sylvester in unison. It was magical, to say the least, and somewhat jealousy-inducing for other clergymen as this adoration was aimed at Sylvester. But Sylvester only waved his hand and kept moving while chanting the same thing. May the holy light enlighten us. As Sylvester walked out, the Pope followed behind as he was going to accompany them too. The Pope also waved his hand at the rest to not follow. So, Lady Aurora, Lord Inquisitor and the rest headed back to their positions, while the chants of the commoners remained echoing well after all had left. All of them were moved by Sylvester's humility and holiness that resonated even when he spoke normally. The path to the Golden Peninsula was only one. Taking a ship was the only way to reach the extensively protected island temple where the Orb of Purity resided. Sylvester did everything for the woman and the boy, from getting them checked and processed at the guard post to explaining different things about the Holy Land, and also a session inside the temple, where only a few lucky could ever enter for it was too dangerous to get close to the orb. The Orb of Purity was a natural generator of celerium and could heal anyone who'd breathed the same air as it. So, the woman started to have her burn wounds from the acid recover without even knowing. They just kept their eyes closed and prayed. The Pope stood behind the three the whole time, watching over everything, with billions of thoughts running through his mind. Of course, the sadness of losing his only family, Grandpa Monk, had left him mentally exhausted. Then he found out about St. Cyr's betrayal, which devastated him. Furthermore, the fact that Sylvester may never trust him or respect him left a hole in his heart. In the Pope's mind, the memories of the small Sylvester were still fresh, and he cherished them a lot. The candies, the giggles, the pulling of his beard, and all the awing sparkling eyes at his small magical feats, all those made his heart warm in those days. So now, when he looked at Sylvester's back, big, broad, and one fitting a strong man, he had a realization which brought utter shame to his own heart. I was so blind in chasing peace and power that I neglected the true path of light that sat on my lap and played for years. How can I be so naive? Why couldn't I see what my old man wanted me to understand? This boy, I should have tried to be the father figure in his life from day one, and yet I ignored him. Why is he even a clergyman after having gone through so much? After the faith sinned against him so much, his first student killed by void keepers. His mother was nearly killed by what is an extension of me. He has no reason to sing for light, yet here he stands, the Lord's bard, shining so bright. The Pope's eyes flashed with a sudden glow as he glanced at the orb in the distance, and then at Sylvester again. I must set things right. I must spend my days and night, however many I have left to live, in training him. He walked forward and stood in front of Sylvester, facing him. He gently patted Sylvester's shoulder and spoke softly. "Son." Sylvester opened his eyes but didn't act shocked as he had smelled the intense worship, pain, and hope. "Your Holiness." The Pope shook his head and stared into Sylvester's serene golden eyes. "No, call me Mentor Creed from today, until the day you become the Supreme Wizard."